Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 12, where we'll be revisiting the film for your eyes only. I can't remember if I said this to you outside of the last episode or during it, but I wasn't looking forward to this one.
I can't remember, but yeah.
And maybe that's not fair, but there was something that told me, some sort of voice in the back of my head saying, like, run, like, no, you don't,
No.
You don't want to be in this era of Roger Moore. Nothing good can come of it. But I feel like most people do like this film, and that might not be fair.
Well, I was quite surprised when you said that to me, whether it was in the podcast or afterwards, because I feel like this is the blip in the Roger Moore. I feel like that era already started with Moonraker, really, and this is the black sheep of this section of films. I'm sure you, like, having watched the film, you understand where I'm coming from. And I gotta say, episode 0 of this podcast, I put this at number 5 of my worst Bond films.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, we didn't talk about it much because you were like, I don't remember it.
Exactly, which is a bit of an unfair reason to put it there. But I really, I could not have told you a single sort of stunt or scene or whatever from this film before watching it again recently. And I don't want to like show my hand too early here, but holy moly, what a breath of fresh air this film was. Oh man, I really, it's definitely not staying at number 5 in the bottom for sure.
It's interesting that you say this is the black sheep, because we talked about it last week about how Moonraker, I feel like, has that reputation. And I think this one, maybe it does. I don't know. This is so confusing because this is like the back to basics, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
It's sorry we went to space that one time. Let's just get back to a good old-fashioned Bond adventure, which on paper sounds great. But I feel like this one just kind of doesn't have a strong reputation like Spy Who Loved Me or Moonraker does.
No, definitely not. And I think maybe that's like partly because of the bit of whiplash of those different styles where maybe, I mean, they were very successful films, right? Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker made a lot of money. So maybe people just wanted more of that. And then they got this and they say, hey, hang on, where's Mars? Like, where's the next location?
It's in the next logical step, Saturn. What are we? Yeah,
come on now. I don't want to deal with boring missile tracking systems and things like From Russia with Love again. No.
Well, I find this one an interesting one because guess what? We're about to start a new era of Bond.
Another one.
Another era begins today. Because just looking at the list of Bond films, you've got the Roger Moore era, which is 7 films. And then you can group the first 2, Guy Hamilton's films. Live and Let Die, A Man with a Golden Gun, very similar films. And then you've got The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, directed by Lewis Gilbert, very similar kind of films. And these last 3 films, all directed by John Glen, which I'm assuming means they're going to be similar films, but I don't remember any of these films all too well. So I guess this is establishing this era, but I feel like now that we're in the 80s and in the John Glen era, this was a little bit of a rocky one for the franchise as a whole, which eventually led to the reboot or soft reboot, I should say, of GoldenEye in the 90s.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a bit like, I think I spoke about Doctor Who last time as well, but a similar thing happened with Doctor Who where it was this really successful thing, and then in the 80s it sort of lost its way a bit. And same thing with Bond. I think with what we're about to talk about, for Your Eyes Only, I ended up really liking it. Spoiler alert. But maybe that this was where it started, the cracks started to show for this era.
For
of
Roger's
Bond.
face. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, you're not wrong there.
Also, side note, why didn't we call this podcast For Your Ears Only?
Is it too late?
I think it might be just too late.
When we were researching all this stuff, that one did not come up.
We just didn't even think of this film at all.
Oh, that does make sense. But that makes so much sense that why has no one else done that?
Yeah, we never saw that. No one. There's been lots of puns. I won't say any because I'm not going to plug those guys. No way. No. But there's lots of puns which are built off Bond titles. But yeah, no, For Your Ears Only.
for your ears only.
There you go.
I could do the theme for it.
We'll have you sing at the camera and record that.
Oh, for your ears only. Maybe that could be the next podcast.
Yeah. When we do another podcast, that's what we'll use.
When we do another ranking in 20 years' time, that's what that one's going to be
The
called.
Bond Revisited podcast for your ears only. Get excited.
Can we get it any longer? Can we get it any longer? Yeah, we'll think about it.
Yeah. Did you want to kick us off for this one? I always do this bit. I'm wondering if you say you like this film. Do you want to get us started?
Well, not really.
Okay, cool.
Because I say I like this film, but I'm not a big fan of the beginning, so I'm going to leave that to you.
Okay, cool. So we get the circles go across. It's another version of the Bond theme. I'm just going to be confident and say it's different. I notice a lot of cowbell in this version, and I don't know if that's always been the case, but it really stood out to me that this cowbell was just being whacked over and over again over this track.
Maybe. I mean, we are, as you say, we're in the 80s now, so anything goes. It definitely has more pizzazz. I wrote down pizzazz.
That's a good word. I did like it, though. I like this version of it. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I don't know, and I'm going to say it straight away, this is not John Barry. I'm very surprised how many of these films John Barry was just like, sorry, I'm busy doing something else. But this is a guy called Bill Music Man.
Wow, what a name.
Conti? Bill Conti? Conti? It's
Conti?
Conti.
Okay, Bill Conti. That does
Conti.
ring a bell, actually.
Yeah, so a cowbell.
Oh.
So he also did the Rocky film scores and the Karate Kid.
Oh, okay then. That's an interesting mixture.
And he won an Academy Award for one of his films. I'm reading here.
For this one, right?
Probably not. Not quite so much. But I like this one. But yeah, straight away, someone different. So we get a different version of the Bond theme, which is pretty good. And we zoom out and we see that we're on a graveyard. And there's a man walking through this graveyard. He's carrying some red flowers. He gets to a grave and we see it says Teresa Bond on it. The wife of James Bond.
Who?
I don't know. Didn't ring any bells to me.
I don't care. No, I mean, what a start! What a start! I was so when I said I didn't remember much about this film, that's a lie, because I did remember one specific line that's coming up in this pre-title sequence, which is just bizarre. And so that reminded me of the bit with Tracy. Here she is, her grave, and it is nice to see this Bond going to see his dead wife's grave. However, it doesn't really make a lot of sense in terms of I believe they were going to get a new Bond actor, or they were thinking they were going to get a new actor for Bond, which is why they wanted to have this.
Okay.
But because it's still Roger, I don't know. It just feels like there's been such a gap, and then they suddenly bring it back.
Well, we did have it mentioned in The Spy Who Loved Me, right? We talked about that.
We did. That's true.
So I think it was that. I think in terms of what they're trying to do with this film, trying to like ground it a little bit more and bring it back to the Sean Connery era. Although ironically, this is George Lazenby's film that is referencing. As a way of bringing it back to that, I quite like it. And I've said in the past about how I don't think about the continuity too much, because it doesn't make a ton of sense. But it doesn't mean I don't like the idea of this, that all these films are connected, that Roger Moore's James Bond is actually the same character as Sean Connery's James Bond and George Lazenby. It's a bit weird, but I also do think I just like the idea of Bond's background being he was married, but she was shot down early on. Like, that seems like a very good kind of character development and background to him that explains some of his kind of behavior and makes him a little bit more complex without being like anything too crazy. So I think them reestablishing that kind of does build him up a little bit. I like it. And as you say, it's a pretty like bold start. Some people probably never even saw on a Majesty Secret Service. It's like, the one with the Australian? No, I didn't watch that. What's going on?
over my dead body. Oh, that's not very.
Oh, ew.
Ew. Yeah, I know. I do like it too. I just don't like where this whole scene goes, as you can probably guess. But I do like that they tried, and you did see a bit of solemn Roger Moore, which you don't see very often, and a bit of emotion there. So, I mean, not a lot, but a bit.
But it works as well. Like, his lack of emotion almost works in a way. He just has to not quip, and he's suddenly very sorrowful.
That's all it takes, is just don't say anything. And it's like, bravo.
Give him the Oscar. So Bond is there, and it reveals that it's Bond with the flowers. He places the red flowers on the grave, and then this reverend comes over and says, the office called. There's emergency. And I think Bond said, there always is. Which, again, no quip. Just responds. That's how sad he is.
He's really sad.
Yeah, it was like, there were so many quips he could have done with death and grave, and he didn't. He must have wrote them down in the book, at least, for later.
He left it at home, yeah.
Yeah. So the Reverend says that they're sending a helicopter to come and pick him up. So a helicopter kind of lands nearby, which I was thinking, like, is this helicopter just going to land on all these graves? Like, I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't see any helipads nearby in this small, like, church in the middle of nowhere.
It's a very modern church.
Yeah. I don't know what country this is even meant to be. I assumed England, but I don't know.
Well, yeah. Would Tracy be... I don't know. Would she be buried in England? Because wasn't she from... Well, Italy, I guess, right? Anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was thinking about, like, where's Tracy from? Because I wanted to say Spain, because that's where they were. But it doesn't matter. That was a few films ago now. So, yes, the helicopter land, Bond gets in. The pilot looks at Bond and signals for him to put on his seatbelt, which I thought was quite cute.
Safety first.
Yeah. Then flies off. And then, for some reason, the Reverend looks at Bond taking off and does, like, the Holy Cross sign, like pointing to his head and then his stomach and then across. I guess he's in on what's about to happen. I don't know.
I guess so. I really like that though. It's kind of it's very ominous. Very ominous. And I guess he is related to what happens next, but it was a small thing they did there, but I did like that.
Yeah, I quite liked it. We just don't see religion a lot. Like, we don't see religious people in these films. They might be around, but even though Bond has gone to some pretty holy places, you just never see any sort of reference to that. It's always kind of blurred. But this one is quite direct. It's a reverend doing, like, the Holy Cross sign. It's like you can't get any more directly Christian than that, which is something we've never seen up to this point.
Oh, Bond goes to church every Sunday.
Oh, of course he does.
Of course.
To hit on the vicar's daughter, probably.
That's when he uses all the quips.
Yeah, she loves them. After a bit of wine.
She loves those grave-related quips.
Oh, God. Anyway, so the helicopter takes up, and we see a man in a wheelchair with a neck brace. You with me so far?
I am.
With a white cat on his lap. Some mysterious stranger.
Yeah.
And he has a little screen on his wheelchair, and we can see the pilot on that screen, and the man pushes a button and it zaps the pilot through, like, his headphones or something, which kills him. And the helicopter starts dropping into the ocean or the river nearby with some very fake sounding effects here. Like, it's that stereotypical, like, stock sound of a plane falling, like, grrr, like that really standard one. But it's just a helicopter lowering itself. It looks really bad. Like, it just didn't match.
It's like the World War II, is it Jericho trumpets or whatever they're called? Or
it's like, Mayday,
like
Mayday, Mayday. Roger, Roger. Yeah. It's that.
It would not be making that noise, you're right.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, but I think it happens again later in the film as well. But a helicopter does not... You got to trust me on this one. Helicopters don't make that noise. So over the speaker in the helicopter, we hear a voice, and the man's like, "Don't concern yourself, Mr. Bond. And you're now flying remote control." You're now flying remote control airwaves. The helicopter starts flying itself. And we see this mysterious man in the wheelchair with a little control stick and starts flying it around. And I'm just going to say it's Blofeld.
No.
It's snow meld.
Yes, that'll do.
Yes, that'll do. So there's a lot of things with this one where they couldn't legally have it be called Blofeld. I think I was reading that The Spy Who Loved Me was actually meant to have Blofeld, but due to the Kevin McCory, I think his name was, lawsuit about Thunderball and Spectre, they took him out and they wanted to put him back in. So instead of actually just having Blofeld, they just have someone who very much is meant to be Blofeld. They just never called him Blofeld for legal reasons.
Yeah, a nicely legally distinct Blofeld.
Yeah, just a bald guy with a cat who's evil and has history with Bond. It could be anyone.
It could be anyone. They're all over the place, honestly.
Yeah, this is just a regular thing for Bond, all these bald men attacking him. So Bond is in the helicopter and Blofeld, I'll just call him Blofeld because after the fact, it's basically been confirmed. They're just not allowed to 100% say, but it's pretty much confirmed to be Blofeld, even if they don't say. So Blofeld starts flying him away, and they're in this abandoned factory area. It's this massive kind of factory, and there's nothing in there. It looks like it's quite derelict. And Bond climbs out of the helicopter because he's in the back and the pilot's in the front, but the pilot's dead. So he tries to take control of the helicopter by climbing out and is hanging on the side of this helicopter. And throughout this whole thing, and it's something I really didn't like about this scene, we just have Blofeld just laughing the whole time.
So much laughter. Just
constantly laughing. And it's not like he has a good voice. He has a pretty weedy, bad voice. The worst Blofeld voice we've had by far. We are very far removed from the whole deep and menacing, keeping his voice hidden sort of thing. And it's just it's just, it's so awful. I don't know what they were thinking. Because I think the guy in the wheelchair was played by a certain actor who you never properly see. And then they cast somebody else to do the voice. But whoever they cast to do the voice just did a terrible job.
Yeah. I mean, let's just be honest here. This whole section is terrible. It's bizarre, actually, why they would even think this is good. Especially when I feel like this is a leftover of... It just doesn't match up with what they were going for the rest of the film, which is meant to be more down to earth and kind of gritty, and then they must surely someone looked at this and thought, that's a bit stupid. But no, go on with it. Plow on.
Can we just get that clipped? Because that should just be played during every time we're reviewing a Roger Moore film. We should just play that every 10 minutes. Surely someone just looked at this and said, this is stupid.
Well, I guess we're coming nearly to the end of Roger Moore. Yeah, we needed it a bit earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
Damn.
We'll edit it back in.
Yeah.
So Bond does eventually climb to the front. He throws the pilot out and we get another hilarious scene of someone falling out of a helicopter, but very limply because they're just throwing dummies from distances. So he just falls very limply.
Gotta love him.
Yeah, and Bond is in the seat and Blofeld's just still laughing. And eventually the helicopter goes into a building, a big warehouse, where Blofeld can no longer see Bond. Bond starts pulling out the wire and gains control of the helicopter, gets rid of the remote control feature, whatever he's set up there. And at this point, the cat then freaks out. The cat somehow knows something's gone wrong because he's just hissing and stuff. And a load of funky 80s style music kicks in. And Bond flies back to where the guy is, because the Blofeld's in a wheelchair on top of one of these roofs. He's not a million miles away. He is watching all this happen. So as this funky music is kicking in, Bond just flies down to the rooftop, hooks the wheelchair into the side of the helicopter, the landing gear, metal bit, and picks him up and flies off. And he's all like, Mr. Bond, please, oh, help, no, don't do this. And Bond then just hovers above a chimney, is all like, all right, keep your hair on. It's
he pats him on the head.
Pats him on the head.
On a bald head.
And then drops him into the chimney, and he's like, Mr. Bond. And that's it. What was that?
That's my favourite part is him just like patting his head. I love. I mean, the whole scene is terrible. Don't get me wrong; it's awful. But just the patting the bald head really made it for me. That was across the line.
Yeah. I don't dislike the idea of bringing back Blofeld for one last kind of scene like this. I just don't know why they only put him in a wheelchair so they could drop him in a chimney, right? Like, there's no other reason why he would be in that wheelchair.
I guess. Well, yeah, neck injuries and maybe he hurt his knee in the car as well. I don't know.
Well, it's one of those you shouldn't think about too much, because when I see a Blofeld in a neck brace, I think on a Majesty Secret Service. But we had a film after that, Diamonds Are Forever, where he wasn't in a neck brace. Are you telling me after the oil rig explosion, he got put back into the neck brace?
He just doesn't have great luck, does he, Blofeld?
It's like, good thing I kept it in the closet. Good thing I didn't throw it away.
It's like, no, doctor, I'm fine. I got this covered.
Yeah, just give me a wheelchair and we will be fine. But yeah, I'm not opposed to that idea of Blofeld coming back and Bond, going to the grave of Tracy and just having one extra little scene here. But I don't know why they took this very silly approach to it. It feels like it didn't need to be super grounded, but they were trying to do a more grounded, gritty film. I don't know why they then tackled this so differently. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, especially because of the scene in front of it where Bond is visiting the grave, and then it is just this sudden, just 180 in tone, and you've just seen Bond go visit her grave, and oh look, the guy who killed her is right here now, and it's still just a game, and there's still time for quips, and there's still time to pat him on his bald head. You're never going to get a Daniel Craig, Timothy Dalton level of revenge here. That's just not going to happen, Roger Moore. But putting those two right next to each other really just loses any sort of emotive weight that first scene had, where he's putting the flowers on the grave, because then you just see, do you know what? Let's just drop him down a chimney. That'll be fun. That's funny. And on top of that, the actual, if you want to call it the stunts with the helicopter, it's just not that good. It's a helicopter flying over some factories in London, and flying through a building at one point, which I think is meant to look impressive, but it kind of isn't. I don't know. I suppose the person hanging out the helicopter was done for real, and yeah, that looks okay, but it's really nothing special visually. And I'm not saying that they have to one up themselves every time. They've done that with The Spy Who Loved Me, and then they did the Moonraker parachute jumps, and they were both really out there and spectacles. So they don't have to try and top that, but we see things later on in this film that are simpler stunts that are more tense, more effective, and this one just misses the mark completely.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to kind of point the finger at. I would like to say it's just because it's John Glen's first romp, and he just hadn't found his own balance yet, or during this sequence he just hadn't figured it out. It's the only thing I can really kind of think of.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were just so determined to put Blofeld in there and humiliate the character in such a way that they didn't really care for the film as a whole. Because it does sound like this was a bit of a fingers in the air to Kevin and all the lawsuit that's going on. Yeah,
just a bit of pettiness. I think that's probably an aspect of it too. I just don't understand some of the dialogue. I don't understand why he would offer Bond a stainless steel delicatessen.
I don't know.
Was that a thing in the 80s?
I don't know.
Any older listeners want to chime in?
Yeah, I don't get it. It was just, I like the idea of bringing this back, although we are 4 films removed from it, but I like the idea of trying to tie this together a bit and having this, but yeah, it's bad. And also it completely contradicts some of the themes of the film itself. Where Bond is talking about revenge later, but he gets revenge here and then just completely contradicts himself later.
Oh my god, that's totally right.
This is the wrong film to put this in front of, because it completely goes against the whole themes of the main film.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few films where Bond has a bit of a message to it. And you're right, they're totally at odds with each other. That's bad. I didn't put those two together. That is really bad.
Yep, it's bad.
So after Bond drops Not Blofeld down the big chimney, we get into the title sequence, and we get the title song, For Your Eyes Only, by Sheena Easton, I believe it is. And I mean, I don't want to say too much bad against this song, because having watched it just a few days ago for the podcast, it's kind of stuck in my head. So it's a catchy little song, I'll say that. It's yet another ballady song that we've had the last two films before, kind of a bit more gentle and I'd say it's a bit more intense than Moonraker at least, but yeah, it's still the same vibe. And at first I was very quick to say, oh, this sucks and it's just a bit lame and a bit, I don't know, a bit wish-washy. But actually, it might be growing on me. I don't know.
I'm kind of with you on this, because for me, I would describe this as like my guilty pleasure Bond theme. The one where I'm not going to convince anyone, oh, it's a top 5, it's a banger, it's like one of the best. But as you say, it's a real earworm. And after the last few ones where they haven't really had a big hook, it seems like they've done a 180 on this one and focused it all on the big hook. Like all on the catchy line about For Your Eyes Only, only for you. And this song is all about that. And yeah, it just gets in your head. So I think this is such a guilty pleasure one where, like, you know, you look at the music and the lyrics and the singing, it's all just all right. It's nothing special, but it does really get in your head if you let it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely, it's definitely got legs, I would say, the song. In terms of the actual visuals, though, I would say one thing I think I might have said this last time, but I am really noticing with this rewatch that a lot of the title sequences just aren't very good. And this one is better. I feel like it's still getting better, but it's still not amazing.
It's just all the same things, isn't it? It's just
all the same.
Like, obviously, the Bond credit sequence have women and silhouettes and guns and stuff. Like, we all know that. We just kind of assume that they do something different with it each time. But this one, for like no reason, is like water-based. Just a load of bubbles. It's like we've already done this.
Yeah, we have done that. And that's I quite like the bubbles.
He likes the bubbles. There we go.
You can't go wrong with water, it seems, with the title sequences. Because as you say, Thunderball had the water. I think another one had water. I can't remember which one. But they seem to be the better ones, or some of the better ones anyway. Water is fine. You know, go with water if that's better than nothing. I will say, though, to me, this one did look noticeably more polished, I suppose, in terms of the actual optical effects and the silhouettes and things. It's not really a big deal, but it is something when you watch on Blu-ray and a higher quality, you see where the matte cutouts is just a bit rubbish, and you see maybe where the silhouette hasn't actually quite worked as a silhouette and there's still some nipples on show and whatever. With this one, I actually, to me, it was a marked improvement just in terms of like the actual output of the visuals.
I can see that. I mean, I think this one was treated quite differently, where for the very first time we actually have the woman who performed the song during these credits.
Yeah.
Quite a big chunk of it is actually just this woman's face and her singing it. And it does feel like, it does give it a different feel. I do appreciate them doing something different. But yeah, it feels like maybe they almost treated it like a separate music video this time.
Yeah.
Where it's her singing and they're kind of layering on visuals to kind of complement that and mix that up. So it's a different approach, which I like. It's just a shame that it's all the same visuals we've seen before. Like, I can't praise it too much because it's just so samey. But I find it so interesting because this feels so 80s. But I think this film only came out in 81, right?
Yeah.
But already, like, this song as well has some very 80 kind of synthsy, like, echoey, atmospheric kind of sounds, and the way this is shot feels like a straight up 80s music video. It's interesting just how 80s the 80s got straight away. Like, you normally have a transition period, right, where it's, the early 70s can look like the 60s, right? And it feels like both this sequence and the music in general and a lot of this film, it's like, no, they're hitting the ground running. This is the 80s. We only have 10 years of this. We got to get it in, get those Sims going. It's the 80s.
Welcome
Come
to
on.
the 80s. Come on, get into it.
Yeah.
Get your spandex on.
Oh.
We're oh, wait.
Roger, no.
No, not you. One thing I did write down is that I remember you saying about the transition. It's the other end of the sequence, but the transition in Thunderball with the water spraying on to the camera and then that turning into the title sequence. Kind of the opposite here, where I think I had a good transition out with water into the first scene of the film.
Yes, I don't remember that, but that sounds right.
Better than just whatever they used to do, just cut or fade or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't anything special. I think the standards have been lowered a little bit, but hopefully this is like a step towards much better versions of these. So high hopes for Octopussy.
Well, I was thinking that, as you say, Sheena Easton is actually in this one, but I don't really think they do that again. Well, not for a while, anyway.
Can't think of it. But it's because they normally just do a music video with the person who sings the song separately.
Yeah.
So you don't need them in this.
Strange. I don't know.
Very strange. But yeah, so that all wraps up and we do transition into the ocean where we see this small fishing boat on the ocean. It's very rusty and we have a rugged crew on there and bringing in all these fish in these nets. And we see someone who looks a little bit more, I don't know, naval officer-esque, smoking. And he puts out his cigarette. He goes into the inside of the ship. And I didn't quite understand how these works, but there's like these doors and he like steps into them and then they like spin.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't
it's like,
get
it's
what
like
happens.
the bookshelf. It's like when you tip the book and then it spins around.
Yeah, it was a book tipping set of doors. So he goes in and he spins it around, and when he comes out, he's in a very high-tech control room. So clearly this fishing ship and this rust and being old is just a guise, and actually it's hiding this very high-tech setup and a lot of different naval officers there, and somebody... I got a bit confused by all this, to be honest. So we kind of see this operation where an officer gives somebody like some Russian satellite data, so clearly they're there to track data and movement and things like that. It's a British ship, and the guy who was smoking comes up to somebody else who's at a desk, and he has cuffed himself to this desk. So the man who's already there uncuffs himself, and then the man who was smoking sits down and cuffs himself to the desk and is handed some paper, and he turns on this... I can't remember what they call it. This transmitter, I think is what they call it. It's the ATAC, I think is its proper name. We find out and starts using it. But at the same time as he starts using it, we hear an alarm goes off and somebody is saying like, there's an unidentified object coming in fast. And we cut to the top of the ship where we see the fishermen have like caught a mine in their nets, which I thought was like an attack. Me
too.
I took this as like the Russians or someone have found this ship. They know it's important, so have attacked with a mine. But then I was reading afterwards that the whole point is that it was just an accident. That the fishermen just accidentally caught a mine because they catch the mine and then it hits the ship and it blows up.
Yeah, just a nice bit of incompetence there. That's all.
You had one job and it wasn't even to fish. Like, who cared how many fish you caught? Just don't catch any mines. But it's really silly because I took it as an attack. It seems absurd that it wasn't an attack, but no, it's just dumb on the fishing ship, caught a mine, and it blew up the ship, and it kills everyone on the ship.
Oh, violently.
Yeah, so it blows up and everything starts flooding, and we hear a lot of screaming. Like, everyone on this ship is just screaming as it starts blowing up and everything starts flooding. And then somebody gets, like, electrocuted to death because there's water and it, like, gets zapped by some sort of electronic device. And that electrocutes him. And again, a lot of screaming. But there's a self-destruct lever there. So the man who's chained to the desk or handcuffed to the desk, he goes to reach it. And as he's reaching for it, we cut away. We cut to the Ministry of Defense. who is hearing a report about how the St. George, the name of the ship, has been sunk. I feel like with this section here, that it's not bad or anything, but it does make me think about the amount of times we see like a ship sink in a start of a Bond film. Like, I don't know if we need to start keeping a tally, because this just made me think of like Tomorrow Never Dies, which opens in a very similar way.
Yeah. I gotta say, I really liked this little scene, mainly because this is gonna sound quite morbid, but as you say, there was a lot of screaming, and it wasn't movie screams. It sounded like blood curdling, actual people dying screams. It sounded horrific, like men screaming for their lives, and it really works. It really makes the scene. I just think it's really well shot. This flooding of the ship, as you say, people getting trapped against things, people getting electrocuted, getting washed away by the current. I easily think this could have been the pre-title sequence. I mean, it's not that far from what we've seen in other ones, which you could argue maybe that's why they didn't do it. But to me, this is a much more dramatic, much better shot opening to the film.
I can agree with that, yeah. If the end of the film... Because then the water stuff would make sense, right? Like, maybe they did intend it to be the opening sequence, but then towards the end, they thought, actually, we want to do some funny Blofeld thing. Maybe that's why the opening sequence is water, because it ties into the theme of these men being sunk and surrounded by water.
Yeah, possibly.
It would make way more sense. But yeah, it's fine. Like, you're right about those screams, though. I put death screams in my notes. They're really like a lot of different ones. Just like, it's horrible actually.
When it gets to, as you say, it cuts to MI6, and there's no M. M's gone. M's out of this film, kind of for sad reasons that the actor actually did pass away very early in production. So they just, I think they say later on, but I mean they write M out of the film and say he's on leave. So instead is it Frederick Gray in this scene, or is it the other weird guy?
It's Frederick Gray in this scene because they're in the minister's office. They're not in like M's office.
Oh, okay. So it's not MS. Right, I see. So it's more like the government location. Right. Okay. Yeah, because then it also, after that cuts, or after that scene's finished where they say, oh, sir, we've lost the ATAC. There's like such a cheesy, I mean, you say about 80s, it's such a cheesy line where it's like, how deep is it? Not deep enough. This guy, dramatic zoom. Yeah, even it needed that sound effect there. It also cuts to good old General Gogol.
It's Gogol.
He's back. You love this guy, don't you? I can just tell.
Yeah.
In the same office, it has not changed since The Spy Who Loved Me, which I kind of like that they keep that consistent. It's like, M's got his office, which never changes, and so's this guy. He's on the phone talking to, I guess, another Russian person, being informed that the St. George ship has sunk and that there's some sort of device on there, and basically along the lines of, hey, we really want this because that's going to be really useful for us, but we don't want to get our hands dirty. So if it just so happens to fall in our possession, great, but we're not going to get directly involved. So it's another, we had teaming up with the Russians in The Spy Who Loved Me. That's gone. No more of that. Sorry, Anya. Back to being enemies again.
I do like it, though, because this isn't so direct. Like, we actually don't see these characters that much. It's just they're there in the background, just tilting things in their favor, and it adds a really cool element to the film, to be honest. It's Cold War, isn't it, right? It's not two sides fighting, it's two sides kind of manipulating each other and trying to get the upper hand without directly ever being like, let's go and shoot up a British agent, which I kind of like. I was a little bit confused because I think he says we'll contact our friend in the East, which I think he means East Germany based on how this film goes. But initially I was kind of thinking, like, is he going to call someone from Japan to help? But I think he meant East Germany.
Oh, did he say East?
I wrote it down as East. That's what I heard.
I heard it as Grease.
Oh, Grease. That would
But
also
then-
make more sense.
But no, I think yours makes more sense. Wait a minute.
Yeah, because the East Germans are KGB agent. Spoilers.
Yeah. And then it doesn't.
But then he is doing the Grease guy. Did you?
Yeah.
You watch with subtitles, don't you? Right?
I
should have seen
didn't
it.
have it on. I didn't have it on for this because they're too big. And
Damn
they
it,
get on
Joe.
my nerves. Oh, the one time I
The
needed
one
it.
time.
Oh well, but they both work. Both ways work. Whatever he
Both
says.
right. Friend in the
Yeah.
east of Greece.
So yeah, the Russians are in on it in some shape or form, and it then cuts to Greece, right? That is Greece,
Yeah.
right? So maybe he did say Greece. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It cuts to Greece, and we see a seaplane landing in this lovely ocean area, port harbor area. There's a lady in there being flown, turns out is going to be the Bond girl, and she lands. I think meanwhile we're seeing a couple people on a ship, an older man on a ship with a parrot, who is
course,
actually
yeah.
quite an important part of this film. You may just think, oh, that's a fun parrot. That's a nice little gag. But no, this parrot is vital for potentially saving the world later on. So, there's a guy with a parrot. The lady lands in her boat, in the seaplane, and goes onto the ship, and it's her mother and father. She's there with gifts, saying hello. Now I've got to be honest, they do say some stuff in the scene, and I missed it. So there's just like some general pleasantries, but I can't remember what she actually says to her parents here.
It's those pleasantries, isn't it? She's just like, oh, I'm between jobs, and here are some gifts. It's just them kind of catching up. I didn't really get anything. Like, I was so confused by these characters because the man is referenced a lot later in the film, and that's when things started to make sense to me. But at the moment, it's just like these are just two people just who are family, just catching up. That's about it.
Yeah. Okay, good. I didn't miss too much. So she gives him a gifts, and she wanders off somewhere else, a bit further away from him. Meanwhile, the guy who flew her in on the plane, he flew off, but he's looped back around, and the plane has a gun.
Oh no!
And so he does a bit of a swoop flyby of the ship, and shoots the mother and father just out of sight, well, just out of reach of the woman, and they're dead. And you get this shot of her obviously going up to her parents and looking not as shocked as I think you would be in that situation, but anyway. And then you get her looking up directly at the camera and zooming in to her very vivid eyes. And I feel like this actress was chosen purely because of her eyes and, the film's title, because it's a very intense shot, and they clearly linger on it a lot to be like, yeah, look at this actress, look at her eyes. They're so big and colourful.
I'm not sure colourful is what they're going for, but they're very red. Like, she's kind of having mixed emotions going on, right? Where she's angry, but also very upset. So it's like she's been crying, but now she's all mad about it. She's going to get you. I didn't really like it, to be honest. I just thought it was a bit dumb. Like, it's because I just don't know who this woman is. Like, she's just someone who's just come onto a boat and has a parrot. I think that's the most notable thing about these people, that they have a parrot. Just to see them be shot down, and now we're supposed to like care that she's all like mad. It's like I don't know who you are.
I would admit that the order of this is a bit strange, where it was only in the scene after this that you kind of connect the dots and you go, oh, okay, that's who that was, and that's. But I do still like it though. Maybe it's just because of the parrot, but no, I do like how it is setting up for that character's motivation for the entire film, and that they do. I mean, I'm just going to say it right now. I really like this Bond girl, and this actress that ends up being the Bond girl, which I know is definitely a bit of contention. I read a lot of stuff that people did not like her, but I think in terms of Bond girls having any sort of depth and emotion and actually being able to do things in these films, this is by far one of the better ones.
I think, maybe we'll get into it a bit later. I do want to just say it is Greece that they said. Not
It is
East.
Greece.
Yeah,
Okay.
I found the script.
Like
a photo, like a scan-in of the proper script, and it says Greece. So you were right.
So I guess that was the guy in the plane then.
Yes. Although
Right.
it's a little bit of it. No, the guy in the plane's the Cuban
Yeah.
who
No?
was hired by the man from Greece.
Oh, okay. Right.
Kind of. It's I feel like I followed this film okay, but because it's supposed to be more of a throwback and Cold War and who's everyone working with everyone with their own agendas, it's easy to get a bit lost.
Yeah.
So after do we hear a name during this scene? Is it Melina
I think
or something?
Yeah, I think it's Melina.
Yeah, Melina. So after Melina stares at the camera, we cut to Moneypenny. But this time she's not sitting down at the desk. It's just her alone in that room. And she enters it and she takes a look at the time and quickly goes to a drawer nearby and opens it up in this cabinet. And we see a giant, like, secret makeup kit and mirror. It's really big. I don't think it needed to be that big, but she starts, after seeing the time, she starts putting on some makeup and some lipstick, I believe. And we then see the mirror, and behind her in the mirror, we see a hat land on the hat rack.
Oh.
And Moneypenny sees it as well. She stops and turns around, and there's Bond. And
There he is.
Bond is like, Moneypenny, a feast for my eyes. And we get a very brief moment between the two. Not really much. It's more just standard banter between these two. And then Bond Bond has a flower. I don't know why. And gives that flower to Moneypenny. So I love the hat thing. That was awesome. It's such a nice whip that it has to it, because it doesn't just neatly land on the hat rack. It like spins a little bit, and it's so like quick. It's like, oh, that was a wonderful shot from whoever actually threw it.
Oh, that was Roger, I'm sure.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that. It's, there was some real efforts here to try and go back to those older Bond films, and I feel like that's one of them, because I don't think they ever 100% abandoned the hat thing, but we definitely had some films where it just wasn't in there at all. But I don't think they ever said like, oh no, we're just not going to do that anymore. They just didn't come up with anything. So this is them trying very hard to have Bond enter the office, and we're going to have him throw his hat, but we're going to have a little bit of a different spin on it. So there's a few cases in this film where they're trying to go back to that, and this one's quite direct, and I really liked it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I like this whole little Moneypenny Bond scene. It did feel a bit more retro. I said before that I wasn't really loving the chemistry between Roger Moore and Lois Maxwell, and it was better in my head than actually watching it. But this is a bit closer to what I remembered it being like. As you say, it's not a huge scene by any means. I do like the idea that Moneypenny gets her own gadgets. You have to assume that Q made this little little makeup gadget for her to go in her office. And I mean, they put like an electric sound over it when it flips out, but I don't really think there's any electronics needed for it. It's just like a mirror like latching out. But just like, nope. Put on a sound effect and it makes it into a gadget. You just need a buzz or a beep, and there you go.
Yeah, it's very exaggerated, because it's like she would just probably have some makeup near her desk, but instead they, as you say, turn it into a gadget. So it's this like zzz, like big, but it's giant as well. There's just no need for it to be that big.
Listen, Moneypenny takes her makeup very seriously.
Oh, I
she
can
needs to
see
every aspect of her face, every pore for Bond.
Well, yeah, if it's for Roger, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Bond goes through to M's office, but instead of M, we see the Chief of Staff, Bill Tanner, who I was reading, this is technically his second appearance, because he was supposed to be in The Man with the Golden Gun, but he wasn't really like a character at that point.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you who he was or anything, but I was kind of like, oh, this is the first time we see Bill Tanner. That's cool. But then I looked it up and like, no, technically he was in Man with a Golden Gun. He just didn't do anything. But this time he's at M's desk, sitting behind the desk, and the Ministry of Defense is there. And they ask Bond about the ATAC, which he does his usual routine of just explains exactly what it is, but I really couldn't pay attention to anything he was saying. Like, I don't know what he was saying. Like, he rabbited on, but this is one of the times where I just was like, my brain just switched off because it's like, it's the gizmo, it's the thingy majig, it's the high tech thing. And they do sum it up quite nicely, to be fair. But I can't remember who says it. It might be the Ministry of Defense who says, like, if we lose this transmitter, we lose the ATAC or whatever it is. Our own subs could be ordered to attack our own cities, which is the very nice summary of like, okay, that's very bad. Someone could just take over subs and attack whoever they want. So that's why it's important. The details aren't too important.
It's pretty much the Lector. It's just another MacGuffin like that, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it functions in the exact same way. It's the thing they care about because this could cause a lot of destruction if it got into the wrong hands.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why I went to Lector. I could have easily said Solex. That was another one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, really.
Yeah. So they say how they sent someone to go and look for the wreck because they know the St. George is sunk. So everyone is desperately trying to get it back. So they sent someone. And I got a little bit confused again here because so they're referring to the dad that we saw in the last scene. They sent him to go recover it. And then they said that he was killed by a Cuban man who I don't know who this guy's name is.
Hector Gonzalez. I wrote that down because I knew that was going to come up again. So I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, very smart. So they said he was killed by Hector Gonzalez, a Cuban hitman. And then they talk about Operation Undertow. Is the name of this operation where they need to recover this ship and get it all back ASAP. So Bond is then given a brief which says, "For your eyes only" on it. And then that's the scene. And this chief of staff is just terrible. I hate him. He's so instantly unlikable. Like right off the bat. So I don't know what they were trying to do with this character. I think they were trying to have that same kind of condescending, or not condescending, but like talking down and berating Bond that M used to do. But they never balance it with the other side where M actually always had his back and they actually had quite a good relationship. It's just M was quite stern with Bond and wasn't afraid to speak their mind. But there was always like a mutual respect. This guy comes across as such like a nerd and just there's no balance with it. He's just always is just kind of rude and horrible to Bond. And he has this very like high-pitched, horrible voice as well. I grow to like Bill Tanner in the later films, but this guy is awful. I'm glad they didn't say, oh, this is M, because if it was, I'd be so upset. Like, at least they separated the character, because I really didn't like him at all.
He's definitely a character. His voice reminded me a bit of the Blofeld from Diamonds Are Forever. Similar vibe. It's like quite a I don't want to say over the top, but just very noticeable accent and demeanor. And I gotta be honest, I completely missed. Was he introduced as Tanner? I completely missed it. It was even Tanner.
I think he was, but this scene goes quite. There's a lot of info in this scene. I mostly got it as chief of staff because I think that's how Bond refers to him.
Okay, yeah, and he just connect the dots. I see. I think for me, I didn't find him too bad. Definitely not likable, as you say. But the problem is that if they're going to go down that route of, listen here, Bond, and all that sort of thing, a bit Q-esque, right? If they're going to do that, it's quite a simple thing. But I feel like M needs to be older. You need to have M be the older man in that position to tell off Bond. It doesn't work when the guy was definitely younger than Roger Moore. There's no question. It looks like a little. It reminds me a bit of the guy from Spectre, jumping very far ahead. The Sherlock guy, and it just looks, it's dweeby. You know what I mean? It just doesn't have that kind of
authoritative position, right?
Exactly. There's no authority there. Thankfully, he's not in the film very much.
Good.
But yeah, it's fine. As you say, I'm glad they didn't make him the permanent M, because that would have been awful.
They should have had a scene right at the end where he gets dropped into a chimney on a wheelchair. That would have saved it for me.
Or maybe Melina comes out and just crossbows him really quickly at the end.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, it's like, I think they approached it the right way. Don't recast M for this film. And it probably was more necessity that they couldn't do it due to just the timing of Bernard Lee's death. But I think it was very smart to say, hey, we've already got this established character, the Ministry of Defense. We'll just team him up with an extra character and do it like that. But when they tried to have this guy be the guy, it should have just been the Minister of Defense. Like, we know who he is. We know he gets a bit frustrated with Bond. They already have some sort of slight relationship. He should have been the one leading this. And you definitely don't put bloody Bill Tanner in M's chair. Like, no, like, these should have just all happened separately. But if they happened in the other office, then we wouldn't have the Moneypenny stuff. And then they're also trying to call back to the older Bond films that focus more on this whole, basic briefing scene that we usually get. So they were a little bit stuck here. But yeah, I think I respect that they didn't recast M for this. But this was not the way to do it. Get this guy out of here. I don't want to see him again. And I don't think we do. I hope we don't.
As in later films?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I feel like I would have remembered him, and I definitely do not. So, yeah, good. Oh, no, maybe not good riddance, but...
No, good riddance. I'll say it. If you don't want to say it, I'll say good riddance. Awful.
Good riddance.
Awful.
Yeah, like, how dare you sit where he once sat? You don't, get out there. Get out of his seat.
It's not even cold.
Anyway, probably wouldn't have been, actually. That briefing scene ends with going to Madrid, because that's where they think Hector Gonzalez is, in his villa in Madrid. So that's where Bond is sent to try and interrogate and get some information from him about who hired him, because he's linked in with this whole situation with the ATAC. It then cuts to Bond in... Has he got the Lotus right away?
Yeah, he's got the white Lotus.
Oh, right, because the red one's the one later on. Yes. So he's driving around in Madrid. At one point, it looks like he's lost. I don't know whether that's me just misreading the scene, but it looked like he just looked completely lost. And I quite like the idea of Bond just getting lost, trying to find somewhere. It's like, it's around here somewhere, this bloody map. Anyway, he drives up and he finds Hector's villa. There's cameras and things outside, and I think he parks a little bit further away and goes on foot to try and sneak around over the back wall and stuff like that and get another way in. We also see a creepy looking man. This is before I knew his name, so he was just Creepy Man for a long time. Creepy Man enter the villa with a couple other guards. So yeah, Bond is sort of in the foresty bits outside the wall and gets in somehow. I can't really quite remember, but he's there kind of watching out for the guards, and I think there's a really, really luckily timed guard having a quick schmoots, and like perfect timing for Bond to get past him. And God, my memory is just gone for this scene now. You might have to take over.
There's not that much to it, really. So there's this big pool party happening at this big estate that the Cuban man earned. So yeah, Bond is sneaking past all these guards because they have guns, and I think that's how Bond gets into it, because you hear this really loud like pop music playing, then all these women not wearing much jumping into the pool. Something I noticed about this scene is that he looks like such an old man.
The outfit, yeah, a lot of the outfits for Bond in this film are not very flattering.
Like, they're age appropriate, but like gone are the days where he was like in Live and Let Die, where they try to have him look very smart, and instead he looks like, I don't think he's wearing a cardigan, but
it does look like a cardigan.
Yeah, like it's a very loose fitting buttoned like overlayer that he's wearing. It's like, and it's like is it like greenish? It's like very beigey greenish brown sort of colours. He's like wearing these beige. It's like, Yeah, and the fact that he's going to this pool party with all these like young people as well, and people who are quite young, it just looks like a lost old man in the woods, just hanging out, just stumbling upon it. Not very flattering.
Where am I? Yeah, you're right. There's a pool party going on, and you see Hector there in his little tiny shorts, far too small. Come on now. And the creepy man come and drop off some money for him, so getting paid. We're assuming for the hit job that he's just done. So Bond is in there somehow, and there's like another rustling behind him. So someone else is there as well, but we don't see him yet. So it's just sort of an idea of it. And again, you have to remind me how Bond actually gets caught, because I've completely forgot.
I think it is just what you said. Like, so there's some stick breaking, which a load of birds then go off. And the guards just be like, oh, there's someone over there. And they just jump on Bond and grab his gun and then pull him over.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought there's a bit more to it than that. But
There
I
might
guess
be.
not.
That's all I've got in my notes, which I think shows how kind of, this is not the important part of the scene. He gets
True.
captured because they hear about him, or they can hear something over there.
True. Yeah. So yeah, he does get captured and taken in front of Hector, who's there and just kind of gloats a bit and says, "Take him away, deal with this man," and goes back to his pool party on the diving board of the swimming pool. And just as Bond is getting walked away, Hector goes for a dive, and the timing of it is such that as he's jumping into the pool, he gets crossbowed. He gets shot by a crossbow. Although you don't actually see that straight away, you just see his body eventually start floating in the pool, and everyone's starting to notice and start screaming, and all the women are there and running off, and a general bit of chaos ensues where there's a dead body floating in the pool, which gives Bond the chance to get away from the guards, escape, and run off. And I do like how in this scene the creepy man is still there. He's paid Hector, but he's sat down under a parasol. And he's just there, and he's just watching the whole thing and just taking it all in, not really reacting to the scene. And it definitely makes him quite memorable off the bat because of just the sheer non-reaction you have from him.
Yeah, it's almost very, reminds me a bit of Mr. White from Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, where he is clearly connected to something else, and Hector is the fun-loving, like, kind of more emotion, like, oh, I'm having a party, I'm rich, ha ha ha, where this guy's kind of feels like he's part of something bigger, and you get that sense with this bit, where he's just observing, but doesn't really care, because it's none of his business, he's got other things to sort out.
Yeah, totally. And I must say as well, once this all kicks off, and Bond starts to escape, and, the actual action scene begins, you get, the music kicks in, and, as we've sort of already touched on, there is some proper 80s music in this film, and you do hear it straight off the bat with this. Like, it's proper, like there's synths in this, and it's very, I don't think the music is bad by any means. It's different, and it's more modern, and it is a little bit grating at times, but I also do kind of like it.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, okay.
I hate the music in this film.
Do you?
I don't think I can think of any music I liked. And I think grating, I know you were kind of hinting at like, well, I think people might find this grating, but I don't find it grating. I found it really grating. It's so in your face. And it's, as you say, it's very 80s. And I guess normally I might quite like that, but I just don't think it fit at all. And it's so in your face that to me, it was just like, this is a bad fit. And I just really didn't like the music. I think I'm just going to say this is the worst soundtrack out of all these films. For me, if we were ranking soundtracks, this would be dead last because I just found it so irritating throughout. And I can't really think of anywhere I did like it. Like, it's such a different style. I don't mind the style change. It's just, I just think this guy did a bad job, which is weird because he's such an accomplished composer. Like, this is a safe pair of hands for your franchise, but no thank you. I didn't like any of it. Get rid.
Oh, I didn't mind it. I did like how you do have this really actiony 80s tune, and then you do get the Bond notes in there still every now and then. I just something not really heard yet in this rewatch. So yeah, I didn't mind it. Anyway, Bond does escape from the guards and kind of bumps into the person who shot the crossbow and killed Hector. And what do you know? It's the lady from the boat. It's Melina. She's there for revenge. And not really much time to talk here, but they very quickly try and escape together because there's no time for introductions. Because actually, that's a point later on when they actually do introduce each other. So they go back down into the forest to try and escape. Obviously, you're now getting all the guards after them as well. You do see one of the guards try to get into Bond's car. So the idea is, obviously, you're thinking, right, they're going to go back to Bond's car. They're going to have a car chase with the Lotus. And I guess a bit of subversion here where one of the henchmen tries to fiddle with the Lotus, and there's a very clear anti-burglar sticker right in view. And all he does is really, it's like he barely touches the thing and it explodes. The whole thing explodes. And I guess that is a protection, but only to an extent in that it wasn't burgled, but it is now destroyed because the car is gone. The car's wrecked. But it is that idea of them going back to basics, and there's not going to be any scene with Bond and his car, which has missiles and mud in the back and bulletproof glass and all that sort of stuff. And it's a very much an obvious statement that, yeah, this is going to be Bond going back to using his own methods and his own means and not relying on gadgetry like that. So I did like that, actually.
I didn't.
You didn't?
Because I don't get it. Because he's done that for a ton of films, and Goldfinger had a ton of it, and it's universally praised. So I guess this film is meant to be more referencing From Russia with Love, and I feel like that was the biggest influence for this film. But I don't think you needed such a middle finger to the people who liked the gadgets and the cars. I think you could have just done it in another way, or you didn't have to have it just explode. Because that scene in itself is more silly modern Bond. Ha ha ha, man go boom, try to use Bond things. That's something that would happen in the Roger Moore era and would never happen in the Sean Connery era that they're trying to reference. So I just feel like it contradicts itself a bit. You just didn't need to do it. Just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind them saying, okay, we're going to strip down the car bits. I just think it just doesn't make sense how they did it.
Yeah, I suppose they needed to get rid of the car to then use the Citroen, but
he didn't even have this car in the last film. This is from The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker. He didn't have this car. I don't get it. Why would they tie to it? Use this specific car? And he gets another car anyway, which is just the same one but red. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but it doesn't really have any gadgets though.
Sure, and that's maybe the way to do it. Maybe they could have still destroyed this car. I think the fact that they tried to make it a comedy scene is probably what bugs me the most. Right. Bond could have totally destroyed his car. That totally makes sense. But he didn't need a funny movement because you're referencing an era that wouldn't have done that.
I have to assume the reason why it is a Lotus is because of some sponsorship thing.
As in the second, they're right, don't worry guys, we'll get your Lotus in there. It might blow up in the first 10 minutes.
But we'll get another one, it's fine.
We'll paint it red, we'll put it back in, don't worry about it, it's fine.
You'll get your advertising, don't worry. So they're without Bond's car, so they have to use Melina's instead. And yeah, the joke is it's not some glitzy fancy car, it's a humble Citroen. I can't even think of what is the model?
Yellow model.
You see yellow. Oh, I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. I always hear it. Citroen 2CV. That's what it is. I'm not a petrol head, but that's the only reason I know it because of Bond. Which is, it's this little ugly. Actually, it's not that ugly, but it's a yellow car. This little thing, tiny little thing, and chugging along, and they both get in, and she's driving. And then it turns into a car chase through the olive grove. Is that what they're called? Olive groves?
Was it olives? I thought it was like apples, I thought.
Oh, was it apples?
It
was
might
some
be
fruit.
olives. I got the grease thing wrong, so I don't know. But I'm sure it was like apples trees because I don't think... Because they were like picking something red, which I assumed to be apples.
Okay.
Maybe it
But
was
yeah,
both, though, because it does go across quite a large area, right?
Maybe. Yeah, so you get this car chase through a little town and the hilltops of this Madrid, I guess we're still in. And you very briefly get a bit of conversation between the two, and you find out that Melina hired a private detective agency to try and find Hector for her because she is obsessed with revenge. Although this is not enough revenge for her yet, clearly. And I can't really remember the exact steps of this car chase. I know at one point they literally flip the car and they all get out and they get this lovely moment where the whole town helps them flip the car back and give them a push start, and that's when Bond starts driving instead. It's not really a very intricate car chase, but I will say I think it was very well done for what it was. I think in terms of having little bits and little set pieces within one car chase, this did a good job of keeping it going, and you're having the bit with the town, and then having the guys going down the hill and flipping off, and there's a couple gags in there with landing on a tree and all this, but it's nice. I do like that you do get this imagery of I don't know what the other two cars, like the bad guys' cars are, but you get those two more modern cars and then this little chugging Citroen bouncing along, and by the end of it, it's just completely wrecked and battered, and it was good.
I'm not against these sort of chases where it's, they're driving a rubbish car where they're still making it work. Like, I quite liked the bus chase in Live and Let Die. I thought that was quite good. But I like the visual of that and how it played out. This, I just never really got into it. I just never thought it was that interesting what was happening. I think some of it might be the setting, the Spanish setting, especially because it's just so like stereotypical as well. Like, as we entered Spain earlier in the film, we got like very stereotypical over the top Spanish music, which I hated because it's just too much. And now we get this again where it's all very stereotypical, like all the people just shouting Spanish as they're trying to push this car, and people picking apples as they drive past and be like, hey, it's like and I don't mind a little bit of that. The Italian man from Moonraker did make me laugh but that was a very like quick gag. And this one is, I don't know, I didn't hate it, but I really just didn't like it that much. It just didn't do anything for me. But it should be something that's quite cool, because they found quite an interesting set piece here where first they go through the village, and then when they come out, they're going around like the apple trees, but it's like a curvy road that's going downwards, like on a hill. You get this nice progression of them kind of going around, and it allows for Bond to jump over it as well. It's just didn't do anything for me, and I couldn't really tell you why. Maybe it's because I hated the music. Maybe it's because I just wasn't really into the visual of this car. Maybe it was the setting and how over the top they went with the Spanish stuff. It's probably all three of those, really. I think I've just summed it up quite nicely.
There you go.
Maybe it's because Roger Moore looks like an old man in his cardi. But this just did absolutely nothing for me. I found this to be a really weak star. Not the worst chase. It's just nothing that really worked that I thought was cool.
Oh, yeah. For me, the music, as I've said, I didn't mind the music, and I think the music brought this to life, which otherwise it could have been. I mean, we've had far too many chase scenes with no music, so to even have something I'm happy with. But I think this one was extra punchy and definitely amped up what. Yeah, I mean, it could have been. It definitely could have been without that, without the 80s music playing in the background. It would have maybe been a bit lamer, but that really did help. And yeah, Roger does look old, but at least you get a good. Once the scene is over, and they dealt with the bad guys, you do get them to like a bit of a pause and a bit of a time to breathe, and then you do get Bond actually introducing himself and saying, "My name is Bond, James Bond," and it's just like a nice little bookend to the chase.
Yeah, I agree. I like that bit. I think the fact that I didn't like the chase before, like I don't like any of this sequence to be honest. Even the bit before where Bond is fighting, it all comes across as a bit lame to me. But you're completely right. It is very energetic. This is very high energy. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of different shots. It's kind of, yeah, it moves very quickly. It's never drag. It's never boring. It gets the gags in. I guess I should like it. I probably should have put in my notes more about what I hated about it. Most of the time, I'm just complaining about the music, to be honest. But it just didn't do anything for me. But like you said, very energetic. It's a cool little kind of set piece here. It's just one that fell flat for me.
Would it have helped if Bond was in a black turtleneck?
Well, that would always help.
Okay.
I think.
Any scene will be improved with that.
Yeah.
Or maybe a robe. I know that you like the robes.
Oh, we get some good robes in this film.
We do, actually.
I wrote them down. And
Of course you did.
as well. We get some very good robes. I'm glad they're going back to basics with this one, getting the robes back.
Back to basics from 4 films ago. Yep.
Yeah, back to Roger's roots. So, yeah. After the whole "My name is Bond," James Bond, we cut to them in a hotel room together, and Bond says, we've got a flight at 11, and it's at night now, but he's saying like, it should be safe to go to the airport. And then Bond seems to generally kind of say like, are you okay? Like, you all right?
Yeah.
Which she says like, yeah, I'm fine. But she says she doesn't know who paid Hector. So she wants to track down whoever paid Hector and kill them as well. Of which Bond says, the Chinese have a saying, if you seek revenge, be prepared to dig 2 graves. Of which she says, Greek women, like a lecture, always get revenge. So, all right, I didn't quite understand that. But this is what I was referencing from the start, where the whole idea is that she, throughout this film, is very much, I want revenge. I want to get revenge on the killer of my parents, whoever paid them. And Bond is supposed to be the calm person saying that, but he totally got revenge on Blofeld, so I don't know.
Yeah, twice, I suppose, actually. If you if you do include Diamonds Are Forever, there's some revenge there at the beginning.
Yeah, it's very, like, there's this theme of revenge. I don't really think they do a good job with it. But it seems like a very, like, well, we'll do a revenge thing with Blofeld, and now Bond is dealing with someone about revenge. It would make sense if Bond, went to go and get revenge, and somebody else died because of it, and now he's like that more humble, older Bond trying to advise someone. I like that. That sounds like that would be really cool, but it just sounds so, like, disingenuous coming from Bond. Although I do think they actually do a good job overall in this film of having, age the character of Bond a bit in this film and kind of acknowledge it a little bit and not have him be like how he was. So I like this idea, which I think is supposed to be tying into that. The idea that Bond is a bit more of a veteran at this point, so he's more able to kind of advise people and step into that role. So I do like that idea. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense.
I really like that idea. And as I said, I do like that they do have this extra element for Melina, the Bond girl, and that they do tie Bond in. You're right, though; it doesn't really make much sense considering the pre-title sequence. Maybe there was I do like your idea about what if someone else had died, because what we were saying about that in the past couple Bond films, where there's just this trail of bodies that Bond leaves in his wake, innocent people dying. Maybe there was a little chimney sweeper in that big chimney who got crushed.
What if the whistling midget from On a Majesty's Service got landed on by the wheelchair?
And he was one day from retirement.
You just hear him whistling and then it just cuts out. And Bond's like, what have I done? Cue for Your Eyes Only theme.
It's a really ominous echo of the whistle as it dies out. Oh,
no.
May he rest in peace. Yeah, I will say this scene with him and Malia in the hotel, just the fact, just Bond saying, "Are you all right?" kind of threw me a bit. It's so, saying "Are you all right?" in that tone as well, like legitimately asking about someone who he doesn't really know, and not trying to sleep with them straight away. He's actually saying, "Are you okay?" And I was a bit taken aback. I was like, wow, there's a bit more to Bond here. We're not just getting creepy quips and nastiness here. I mean, I don't really get the whole Greek woman Electra thing, but it's fine. I just like that they're trying to do more with the characters here.
Yeah, I do like that. The idea of Bond, the vet, pairing up with someone who's younger, I think that's a really good idea. And I think Roger, for the most part, actually pulls it off quite well. Not that he's super old or anything, because I don't really think about it too much in this film. Like Moonraker, I remember being like, oh, he's looking a little bit old. This one, apart from his dress sense, I think he looks kind of fine, and they do a good balance of it. But this is a very smart way of doing Bond, especially like, there was so much potential with the grave at the beginning, because having that grave kind of builds in that history, which sells you this idea of this Bond being older and with having this history and kind of knowing better. Like, it's such a good idea. But you can tell that John Glen, this is how he kind of saw Bond. And some of this revenge stuff is something that is very much going to come back later in John Glen's era. So this is kind of him just dabbling on it to begin with.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yes. Wait, did he do Dalton's films?
Yep.
Oh,
this is his first of 5.
5?
Yeah, he has directed the most James Bond films out of anyone.
What?
Yeah,
wow.
I know. He directed License to Kill.
I thought he stopped at the end of Roger Moore.
Oh, no. He did the next 2 as well.
Oh, blimey. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
They're such different films. That's crazy.
I know.
Okay, then. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is the guy. Mr. Bond, they call him.
Mr. Bond.
Yeah. So after that, also, I guess we should say that John Glen was an editor of the franchise before this point. So I think we made a joke in the last episode about make this editor, give him the reins. This is why, because he edited the last few films and then was brought forward to direct, similar to Peter Hunt did back on Her Majesty's Secret Service. Only this time, rather than Peter leaving, John Glen stuck around for 4 more films after this.
Wait, so does that mean that John Glen was the one who did the pigeon, the double taking pigeon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he edited it.
He was in charge of that.
Explains the chimney stuff.
Yeah, it really does.
They toned him down. He had
Only
a much
so much.
wackier thing. So it's a very brief scene because they're just leaving their hotel to fly back home. And we cut to Bond with the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Staff, Bill Tanner again. And this time Bill is very mad and he was like, Bond, you were meant to get information off Hector, not let him die. Of which Bond says, well, I saw someone pay off Hector when I was there. Of which Bill then says, or Chief of Staff says, hey, go and use the identigraph then. Of which Bond says, all right, I'll go and speak to Q to use the identigraph for this. And he's like, oh, yes, why don't you get cracking, 007? And I think he might say, like, try not to muck it up or something, or that might be later. Like, ugh, it's just awful. Like, it's just so... Because this is the problem. Like, the way this film is set up and the way the plot goes is that 007 is supposed to, like, mess up early on. But rather than having someone kind of like, and then they have Bill Tanner berate him, this young guy, and I mean, we've already covered it, but it just comes up again, and it comes up again after this, of which it's supposed to be Bond trying to redeem himself a bit in front of their eyes, and it just doesn't work. I really hate this character.
What I don't get from this scene, so Bond's there and he's got his report and he's getting told off, as you say, and then he says to the Ministry of Defence, well, if you care to look at paragraph blah, 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 where I wrote that I spotted someone handing money over, that could be a lead. And then the Minister of Defence says, I don't follow. It's like, what don't you follow about that?
Come again?
There is nothing to get confused about with what Bond is saying there. There is no reason to say I don't follow. That is a clear line to follow. You are stupid.
So Bond then explains, okay, so people use money in exchange for goods and services. So, I see.
It's just it's such a tiny line, but it really irked me. It's like, well, you're the Minister of Defence. What do you mean you don't follow? Come on.
I wish Q was there to give one of his like explanations. Well, actually, it's quite simple, really. Hitmen are people who are paid to assassinate others. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see.
It would be quite simple to give him some money and have him go murder the man, you see, and he would be in connection. Very good.
Yeah, that would have been great. But no, instead I just was left annoyed. Like
Yeah.
silly Frederick Grey.
Sir Frederick Grey. Excuse me.
Sorry.
So this then leads to 007 Bond going to Q Branch. We get a nice little shot of Q Branch again, where there's a man in a cast with a broken arm or something, and Bond asks, "How's the arm?" And he can't remember exactly what he says. I think he says getting better or something, and it then smashes the dummy head next to him and breaks it. And Bond asks Q about the identigraph as they're kind of walking through, and we see some more gadgets going on in the background. A woman pours water onto an umbrella, which a dummy is holding, and then the umbrella closes in with these hooks and stabs the person, which is a horrendous way to kill someone. I don't even know if you would kill them, but you'd stab them in the chest real good. Of which Bond sees that and says, "Stinging in the rain." And Q says, "That's not funny, 007. I had to agree with Q on this one. Not your best.
I wrote that one down. There's so many I don't write down of Bond's quips. I actually wrote that one down. I liked it.
Stinging in the rain. And then
Stinging
Ministry
in
of
the rain.
Defense says, "I don't get it. What's that mean?" Well, you see, there's a song. Oh, right. Yeah, all right.
I want every pun now. I want it to like a reaction shot of the minister.
Just say, I don't understand. Shocking. Positively shocking. What? Well, a man just died. So they eventually get to the Lotus, and this time it's painted in red, and Bond comments about it being put back together. And yeah, I guess, I don't know if they rebuilt it, or I'm assuming they just built him a new Lotus, only this time they didn't put as many gadgets in it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's very brief, but yeah, they show the Lotus back, but this time in red, so that's going to be the car for the film. And they go into this room where the identigraph is, and it's quite a small room, and these big machines in there, and we see them, or Bond, pick up these big, like, I don't know, like these big circles, almost like, what's it called? Where you put in a projector?
They're like reels.
Yeah, reels, that's the one. Like these big white reels, and puts a load of them in. And as they do that, Q and Bond talk about the machine, and Q says this is a device that has databases from all over the world and lists all these different databases, Interpol and things like that. And then they say, right, we're going to find them, man. And Bond looks at one very small screen, which has a face on it made out of like green wireframe. And Q is at the other panel, is at a screen and with a keyboard. And Bond then starts describing the man. And as he describes the man, he's like, yeah, he was, I don't know, whatever age he was. He had this sort of face, white, male, average height, that sort of thing. And as he's describing it, Q is programming that in, and they are tweaking this face as we go. Then he's like, he had a bit of a bigger nose, and then the nose goes really long, and it's like he has a nose, not a banana. Which Q then just, oh, sorry. I really love this scene. I think it's so cute seeing Q and Bond work together like this, because it then cuts to Sharon, an assistant, coming, giving them tea, and they've taken their jackets off, and they've been there for a while, but there's like, so they've clearly been in here working to build this image on this computer to identify the man. But it's just really nice to see them work in this way, where they're still like butting heads a little bit, but in more like a productive kind of friendly way.
I'm going to say it. This is probably my favourite Q scene so far out of all of the Bond films. I loved this whole, from the start, like even the stinging in the rain. I loved the whole thing. I loved the gadgets. And as you say, I think the thing I like about this is something we haven't seen in a while, is Bond going to Q rather than the other way around, where it's usually been Q coming out on location. And, you know, seeing Q in his element, in his own office, in his Q branch, it just feels better. I like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like when Q comes out and visits Bond, but we've had that a lot, and it's nice to get this back again. And one little thing, just before I talk about the identigraph stuff, did you notice the tune on the keypad to get in the door?
Oh, is it Oh, I'm going to say no.
Okay, it's because the gag is that Q does it and then goes to wait for the door to open, but he's missed a bit. So Bond then just puts in the last two numbers and it opens for him. But it's Nobody Does It Better.
Oh.
It's the tune, which is a much better way of doing that. If you're going to do any sort of Bond reference, no whistling midgets. Let's have just a little keypad tune. I mean, they did it in Moonraker, right? With that other, I can't remember what film it was, but yeah, nice little thing there. But yeah, this whole scene with them actually in the identigraph stuff, as you say, taking the jackets off, cups of tea. Thanks, Sharon. I'll lock up. I just love seeing a Q just working, and the idea that he's got his own staff and his own friends and people he knows in the Q branch, and I'll lock up. Finish the day. I've been there for a while. It's no reason for it, but I like the red light. It kind of makes it a bit eerie, and it's just, what's this thing going on? It does eventually turn off though, I think. And yeah, it's just great. And I love how you even get them drinking in sync. I don't know if that was on purpose, but they both take a drink at exactly the same time, so they're sort of mirrored. And it's just cute. As you say, it's just Bond and Q working together. It's more than just a gadget descript, like, here's your gadgets, here's what they do, be careful 007 and a face palm or whatever. It's actually them doing something productive, and it's great. By far the best Q scene I've seen so far.
Oh yeah, I agree. Really enjoyable. I mean, it's also, there's a charm to this, the technology that they're just using, this identigraph, because it just is so like, it's the 80s, but it's futuristic, because the screens they use are tiny. It's like that Simpsons joke about where Dr. Frink says, like, I predict in the future that computers will be like 10 times bigger, but twice as powerful. And this is kind of what they do, where these machines are massive and they only have these like little screens, and the only thing on the screens is one has text and the other one just has this wireframe face. So there's a real charm to it. Like, it's complete nonsense. Like, it's not correct by any means, but the fact that it's not correct by any means, and they're also like really like, it's meant to be an impressive machine, and they spend ages trying to get this going as well. It definitely adds another charm to it, and another little layer, seeing this like green wireframe face tweak as they kind of work on it.
Yeah, you have to wonder, they got quite far with just the first few things Bond says. I wonder what took them the rest of the day. It doesn't change that much.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the glasses.
When you make a character in a video game, it doesn't take 4 hours.
It's just Q being a bit doddery on, as you say, it's all the little sounds as well, the little tiny bits of dialogue you get where Bond's saying a bit wider, a bit more like that, a bit higher, and then you just hear Q going, "Oh, okay, yes, yes, all right, okay." And it's so almost mundane. But it works because it's just you haven't really seen this before.
Yeah, the nose button banana bit might be my favorite Q moment. It's just,
oh, sorry,
like, it's such an obvious gag, but the fact that he's just so genuinely just a small oh, sorry, it's so good, it's so funny.
Yeah, great scene.
Yeah, so this eventually ends with them getting the guy. They get him, although it's quite funny because the whole point in this character, or the most distinctive thing about him, is the glasses. Where whenever you see him, it's like, the man with glasses, the evil guy man with glasses. But they don't do that until the very end. So they get the face right, and then Bond just says, okay, and then put on the glasses. Then the glasses go on. It's like, that's the guy.
There's our man.
That's him. So then they turn on all the lights and they scan this face in the databases they have access to, and it comes up with a name, which is, well, Locke is what is generally referred to. I don't know his full name. I don't know if you do.
Emil Leopold Locke.
There we go. That's the guy. He'll be referred to as Locke from now on. So yeah, they say, here's the guy. He's what do they say he does? He's like a killer, or like he's got a load of crimes. Like he's
done everything.
Yeah, he's some sort of criminal who's currently, I think, working in northern Italy. So Bond goes back up to Bill Tanner and says, this is the guy. And Bond's going to northern Italy to track him down, of which he says, try not to muck it up again, which I swore in my notes at that point. I'm like, just get lost. Like, yeah, he's not, I think he does appear again in the film, but I don't think he talks. Like, I think he briefly appears at the end, with the very last scene with the phone.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think that's it. We are now done with this character, but it's like, oh, God, just get out of it. We had such a nice scene with Q. Why do we have to come back to this guy? Like, Bond could have just said to him, like, oh, that guy who works in Northern Italy. All right, I'm off. He didn't have to go upstairs.
Yeah, there's one line as well. We talk about the scene a lot, but I really liked it. It's very strange how. What does Bond say? I think I wrote this down. No, I didn't. But when Bond is actually leaving, and it's just he just says to Q, "Let me out, will you?" And it's just quite I don't know why this really stood out to me, but I guess it just kind of shows. It gives them a bit of actual, like, they are friends, you know what I mean? Because it was such an informal way. Just, let me out, will you? And it's maybe I'm reading too much into that, but it shows that there's actually something there between them, and it's more than just a professional relationship.
Yeah, which by this point, I don't know if it's meant to also tie into what I was saying before, the idea that Bond is a vet at this point and has worked with Q many times. So it might be leaning a little bit more into that as well.
Yeah.
Which works very well, especially with Roger and how Desmond also plays it. They work off each other very nicely.
Anyway, Locke is in Cortina, so that's where Bond has to go. Did you mention about that?
I just said Northern Italy.
Northern Italy, yeah. So Locke was last seen in Cortina or something like that. So that's where Bond has to head to next, and so he does. And we do get a very brief hotel scene. It's a lovely snowy location, Northern Italy. And yeah, Bond does very briefly go into his hotel room. Not very long, but it seems obligatory at this point to have Bond in the hotel, as we all know. And the main thing that really happens here is that he starts to run a bath, a steamy bath or a shower, I don't know what it was, and the steam reveals a message on the mirror. I don't know if this was meant to be he knew that was there. I'm guessing so. Or maybe he just really wanted a bath.
I think he knew he was there.
He must know. Yeah, he must have known it was there. Anyway, the message on the mirror is a location of where to meet, which ends up being the Olympic Park, Olympic rink, skate rink. That's what it is. To go meet Ferrara, who is a contact in Northern Italy. And so he meets Ferrara, who's this dodgy-looking man. I think he actually met him in the doorway of the hotel as well. And I say dodgy-looking man, it's just because he had a hat on and he's got these glasses, these very 80s glasses on. But he's there just to give Bond a bit of information. And this is where I'm going to start tripping up, because there's a lot of information in these scenes coming up, especially with who we then meet. But basically, there is a man called Kristatos, a Greek informant who is there ready to meet Bond at the skate rink and tell him more. I'm saying this in a very questioning tone because I'm relying on you to, if I've missed anything important.
That's about it, right? It's another one of these. They love these scenes. Bond goes to speak to a man who says, you need to go speak to another man about this man. It's just like Luigi's such a nothing character in this. It's just his contact there who's then saying, we need to go and speak to this other guy. But he's like, he bigs him up. He's like, he was given the King's Medal by the British government. And he's very trustworthy, and very reliable. So they're really bigging this guy up.
I forgot his name was Luigi. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's these scenes in Bond that I dread having to talk about in these podcasts, because it's the scenes where you just watch it. You know what I mean? But if you actually start to think about what is happening, this person's talking to this person, and actually he knows about this, and yeah. So once you get into the nitty gritty, you start getting bogged down. Anyway, there's a Greek informant, Kristatos. So they go to meet him at the skating rink. He's sat down next to it, and you do see this young ice skater skating around in this bright blue outfit. And yeah, they introduce themselves. Oh, there is creepy guy. I need to say his name now. I can't say creepy guy anymore.
No, it's Locke.
It's Locke. Damn it! I'm gonna trip up on that. It's Locke. Locke is also there. He's kind of watching from afar. But yeah, Bond and Luigi sit down with Kristatos and basically just ask for information about Locke and who this man is. And Kristatos is there watching this young ice skater because she's his protege. Turns out BB is her name. She'll come back later on. So yeah, he's there watching her perform and practice. But meanwhile, also there to tell Bond about Locke. And basically, Locke is kind of like what they read on the identigraph screen, is like a nasty man, and he is the right-hand man of someone called Columbo, also known as the Dove. The Dove coming into play as well later on. So that's pretty much it about Columbo. Is it?
Yeah, that's it. Well, he says that they were brothers once. So
right,
they used to fight together and they were fighting the communists, but now they've separated where Columbo has gone into the Greek underworld. So they were very close, but now they're not anymore.
Right. Yeah. And then at this point, BB skates over and kind of introduces herself, or Kristatos introduces her to Bond. And you say about the whole Roger Moore age thing and how they dealt with it quite well. And they do, because of what we see between these two characters coming up. But it still doesn't really make much sense why BB finds him so attractive, because she does. She flirts. She's looking at him and eventually asks Kristatos if Bond can take her skiing to go watch a competition later on, because Kristatos is busy with something, so she asks if Bond can do it instead. But I do find it quite difficult to believe that she's meant to be 17, or she's meant to be very young, and yet she's finding crinkly old Roger Moore attractive.
Wow,
maybe
God.
she's just into older men.
You've changed, Joe. You've changed.
What do you mean?
That body pillows.
Listen, even I can't understand this relationship.
Yeah, I take it as the rebellious teenager kind of. So what? Because they set it up where, what's the Greek guy's? I put him as Greek man in my notes. I don't know his name.
Greek man.
Yeah.
Oh, Kristatos.
Kristatos. I'm not going to remember that. Call him Chris.
Good old Chris.
Chrissy. I take it that this guy, because she's the protege and he's meant to be like a father figure to her, and overall throughout the film where she's very she has a teacher there and she's meant to be quite strict as well, where she's all training. So I take it as more as just young woman who's kind of being forced to be where the parents are being too heavy-handed, right? So they end up rebelling and going the other way. Yeah. So I take it as that, where we have Roger Moore, he's still got a little something going on. He's still got a little. It's not
a little something.
Little something, a little something for the ladies. But yeah, so she just sees an attractive foreign suave guy, and because she's in a rebellious phase where people are trying to suppress her, she's now going so far the other way that she's just going to throw herself at Bond. I took it as that. Yeah,
that does make a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. I suppose at this point I was a bit confused because we don't really see. I mean, I guess you do see the seemingly evil coach training her a lot, but yeah, you don't really get her and Kristatos breaking down in a relationship. So right now I was like, what? Why? There's probably so many nice young men for you in this ski resort. Why are you looking at Bond? But yeah, that does make total sense what you're saying.
I do want to say, going back a bit, because I've been reading the script again for this film. And it's very interesting. So all that Q stuff that we liked isn't in the script.
Oh.
The script is very to the point of just how was his jaw? And Bond describes the jaw. And then Bond just says, this is how the cheeks was and stuff. And Q's how's the hair? And then Bond's it was dark hair, shorter at the back. And that's it? So it seems all that back and forth was actually just them on the day and them tweaking the script to make that work, which makes it even more likable. None of this stuff about the back and forth's in there at all.
That's just them. That's just them two.
Just their
That's
chemistry.
so lovely. That's great.
But anyway, yeah, it's very interesting. I'm going to probably have to, because I keep reading this script as we're going.
Do you know what? I might need to get this script up for some things.
Yeah, like it seems very official because it has things like 12th of August 1918 and copyright and make sure to return this. So it's the proper script, but yeah, it's a lot of changes. So I'm going to get rid of this now because I'm getting too distracted. But that just says more about this scene and what's going on, I think, more than...
Yeah. I do. I mean, I've liked a lot of what's happened so far in this film, but this scene is, as I say, it's just a lot of information. And this is where I really trip over, like trying to follow a lot. This is where, you know, when you're watching a film, you just want to watch it. You know, you don't want to take on board too much. That's kind of what I did. So,
I guess the bullet points are: we meet Chrissy, who's this Greek guy, and there's Columbo, a former guy who's the bad one, who is known as the Dove, who hires Locke. So Locke is working for him. And then we have Bibi, who's a young woman who's into Bond, who's skating, and then her teachers is there, and she's a character. And I think Luigi's, like, Bond and Luigi leave. It's quite funny because Bond gets a handshake of Chris, but Luigi doesn't. I was like,
awkward.
just mean. There's no need for that. But Luigi says to Bond, or Bond is like, could Columbo salvage a ship? Does he have the resources? Of which Luigi says, absolutely. He could do that. So Bond's like, okay, so this is probably our guy who is probably currently trying to salvage the ship as we speak.
Right. But then how does that lead on? Oh, right. We get Melina again. I forgot about this bit.
Yeah, so Bond leaves, sends Luigi away, and Bond sees Melina enter a shop, which is a hunting shop, and she's buying a rifle in there. So Bond hides into a flower shop nearby. We also see some motorbikes are there. There's motorbikes, I guess.
Menacing.
Yeah, very creepy. So Bond has gone into the flower shop, and the woman who works there goes up to him and he's like, oh, can I have a dozen lilies, I guess? And Melina leaves the shop, and we see the motorbikes approach, of which I don't think I wrote this down very well, because it's like, yeah, so the motorbikes then go to attack Melina, and Bond grabs like one of those parking arm things that like go up and down, and just smacks one of the motorbike guys, who then flips into the flower shop and smashes it entirely. And the woman's there holding the lilies for Bond, of which Bond says, send them to the funeral, won't you? Which, okay.
That's the least of her worries now.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. It's not really a pun, is it? But it kind of makes me think, well, at least the pun got a reaction out of me. This is just...
Yeah,
this just feels a bit half-hearted.
Yeah.
But then Bond catches up to Melina, and Melina says that she received a telegram from Bond saying that Locke was here and to come over, which Bond said, nope, that wasn't me. We're not doing that. Which is a plot point I actually don't understand at all. I completely forgot this happens.
Me too. Where does that even go? Or is that ever explained?
I don't know if they ever explain who sent Melina the telegram.
Huh. That's a really good point.
Who did this? I
will find this out.
I'll check the script. Here we go. Let's just...
Oh no, we've lost Tom.
There we go. Oh. There's a character called Max, apparently. That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, well, Joe investigates that. Bond says, we're leaving. Like, or you're leaving. And you've got to go. You're not here for... don't do this. So they quickly just get on a sleigh pulled by a horse. So it's very like kind of Christmas vibes, very similar to on a Majesty Secret Service a bit. I don't know if that's intentional, but I got those same sort of vibes because we're in northern Italy, so it's all snowy and that's why we've got the ice rink and stuff. So they get on this sleigh, and as they're on the sleigh, the main theme starts playing, the For Your Eyes Only. We get a version of that. They use this theme in the same way they did with like Moonraker and Spy Who Loved Me. It's another ballad, as Joe already said, and they use it in the same way as part of the track, where when Bond is with the Bond girl, suddenly you get this theme kick in, and it's all the romantic theme. And I'm very, very looking forward to not having to do this anymore, because
Oh.
I'm just so sick of like this formula of just like the notes of the main theme playing, and it's, you know, you're going into a scene between these two. Like, this is not a bad scene at all. It's just they did it too many times in a row. We need something different, which I think we might get next time, but I literally can't remember Octopussy at all, so maybe not. But yeah, it's a bit silly to me that we just hear For Your Eyes Only play, and then it's those two together, just like we had with Moonraker, just like we had with Nobody Does It Better.
Yeah, and there's meant to be a bit of a gag with this thing where she keeps saying stop to the driver, and Bond keeps saying go in Italian, and he's just looking generally confused. But it's not really anything great, and it's just, as you say, it's just a very simple scene of Bond persuading Melina just to stay out of it. Like, let me deal with it. Don't worry about revenge. Go back home. Go back to your ship. Go back to Corfu, I think it is. Although I do quite like that she actually doesn't. I mean, she pops up all the time later on, so she just doesn't care.
No, well, I think she just agrees to wait. Like, I don't think she agrees to completely say, like, no, I'm going to go, and that's it. Bond just says, like, give me some time. I'll figure this out. Let me handle it. And I think she just says, okay, I'll wait a bit. So I don't think she actually does say, yeah, you're all good. She just waits a little bit.
Bad news. I can't find any information about Telegram.
Oh.
We'll never know.
But it's not Locke, though, obviously. But who would want... The confusing thing is, who would want her there? Like, who benefits from having Melina here? No one.
No, unless they just wanted to kill them together.
Maybe. It does feel a little bit like the plot requires Melina to be there. How would she even find that out? Can we use the private investigator thing again? I don't think we can.
Yeah, twice is a bit too much.
Yeah, so this then cuts to Bond back in his hotel room. He sees that somebody has entered the room. There's like a do not disturb sign on the door, so he gets the gun out and enters the room and hears the shower going. And the door opens and a woman comes out in a towel, and it's the skater from before, BB. BB's there.
Good old BB.
Yeah, BB's back. She jumps into bed, takes off the towel, and she's like, oh, well, I'll do anything for you. And Bond says, well, put on your clothes then. Which I think it's very funny. And then she's all like, hey, let's be together. And Bond's like, oh, I think you're wonderful, BB, but I don't think you're Uncle... I put Uncle Harry, but does he say Harry?
He says Uncle Ari.
Ari.
Aristotle.
Aristotle, right. Okay.
I did hear Harry as well, though, yeah.
Yeah, so Uncle Ari, he said he don't think he would approve, of which she says, oh, he just treats me like I'm so innocent, he thinks I'm still a virgin. Of which Bond's like...
You get the best eye roll, like the best sort of, it's not really an eye roll, but just this face, this reaction from Bond for that, like the eyebrows up and everything. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he says, well, how about you put on your clothes and I'll buy you an ice cream.
Oh, I love that. I do love that they did go down that route. I mean, how they just couldn't have done anything there with Bond and this character, because it is so clearly she's meant to be a young girl. It would have been so wrong. So, you know, they sidestepped that mine, thankfully, and they handled it really well. And I do like, this is Roger Moore in his element. You know, this is Roger Moore with these little, that just his whole acting in the scene where, so it's just a lot of huffing and puffing and I'll buy you an ice cream. It's just so good. I love all this stuff.
Yeah, I liked it as well. It's a good idea. Whether they 100% pull this off, I'm not so convinced, but I like it. Again, it ties into the theme of an older Bond, where a Bond like 10 years ago when watching a film would have probably just said, oh, well, be rude not to, or whatever, and made a joke. But this time it's like, I'm actually kind of busy and I don't really want to sleep with someone so young. And I think it's just a smart idea to have this type of character at this point in the franchise. And it's just a little bit refreshing where she's just so throwing himself at him and he's just like, no, come on now, we've all got things to do, let's go get ice cream. It's it's really nice. I'm not 100% convinced by this character, but I really like the idea, and it does give you some good little moments from Roger.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Well, you actually don't see him ever get an ice cream, which is a shame.
Oh.
You never
Although,
know
why
what they
would
got.
you? Like, you're in northern Italy in the snow. Is that when you're getting ice cream?
True. Yeah.
Whoever wrote
Oh,
this
well.
film, I hope they didn't become like the executive producer for it or anything.
Oh, have you got some information on that script in front of you by any chance?
Well, it was co-written by Michael G. Wilson. Don't you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he wrote the films.
From what I've seen looking up these films, yeah, that's how he got into it. He was a writer for quite a few of them and then got promoted to executive producer or producer.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no ice cream. We don't see any ice cream, but when we do see, sorry, but we do see them at the event that BB wanted Bond to take her to. I couldn't tell you what the event was. It's some sort of, one of those ones that has a mixture of things.
Yeah, biathlon, I think it is.
Biathlon.
Or triathlon, but it's one of those.
One of those things. It's, Bond and BB having a little skate or a little ski, and then they stop and watch some shooting. Or do they watch skiing first? Something. Anyway, it's this big evil looking German man. Eric is his name, who apparently is a friend of BB's, who's competing in this event, and so they're there watching him, and he's really good. He's really good skier, and then he comes and does some shooting, and he shoots all of the little targets really easily. And there's a line here that I can't remember what BB says, but Bond says, "You really are fickle," and she's like, "What?" She doesn't get it at all. I do like, Bond just toying with her a bit, but we see this guy Eric do his little shooting, and Bond's like, "All right, well, I've got to go now." We don't really get very much with her. He did what he sort of needed to do, and he wants to get on with investigating and Columbo and all that sort of stuff. So he then starts to immediately get chased, pretty much. I'm trying to think. I think he's just sort of skating off through the trees, and then the German guy is back.
Yeah, like we've already seen Locke is nearby watching. So as soon as Bond is alone, that's when they go in for the attack.
Right. So Bond starts to get shot at by Eric, who's still got his gun from the competition, and he's sort of perched up high, and Bond's down below, trying to hide behind some trees and trying to grab his gun, which I think was like shot out of his hand or something like that. And eventually he manages to escape. I assume Eric, I think he just missed or something like that too many times and gave Bond the chance to escape. So he eventually skis back towards where this big ski jump is. And what do you know? The other Locke's there with some other guards or other henchmen, and the German guy is right on his tail as well. So Bond takes this opportunity to try and mingle in the crowd of people nearby who are currently going up in a lift to the top of the ski jump. And Locke spots him. Doesn't really take much. Locke does spot him in the crowd, so they do start to follow him. And then you get this nice little scene with Bond in the lift with all these people, and you think that he's made it just in time as the doors close before the bad guy Locke's there, and you think he's got away, but no, they come in just in time. And so you get these characters that want to, they want to kill Bond, kind of mingled in with all the public, and so they can't do anything. So they're just looking at each other, and obviously they want to do more, but they can't. And they reach the top of the ski jump, and there's a guy up there who's letting people jump off one by one and giving them the all clear. And so Bond's in the queue, kind of coming up. And meanwhile, at the bottom, you have, I guess they went back down, some of them, because suddenly some of them are back at the bottom again, including the angry German man. He's back down there, ready to shoot Bond, because they assume, right, he's going to jump off, so we can just shoot him when he lands or shoot him in the air. I don't know what they planned. And also, there's another guy kind of on the side of the ski jump as well, ready to take on Bond. They're basically kind of circling him. And Locke's also behind him. So he's got nowhere to run. So he does jump. He gets the all clear from the guy and does the ski jump. But as he's like halfway down, I don't know why they do this, but as they're halfway down, another guy jumps on, like gets onto the ski jump and starts to barge into him and put him off. But all that really does is actually hinder them, because it gives Bond a chance to... I don't actually know what he does in this scene. I don't know what he does to actually stop the German guy shooting, but he just sort of gets the other guy in his way a little bit.
I don't know. It's because that guy just barges into him, but then I think Bond just jumps off to the side over the top of the German guy, so he can't shoot him.
Yeah.
Sort of. It's also worth noting is that guy is quite a famous actor, the one who barges him, because it's the guy from Game of Thrones.
Hell, he's in loads of things. Charles Dance.
Yeah, Charles Dance. So it's really odd because he's not like a proper henchman or anything. He's just a goon. Like, he's just a random goon. And we only see him here. He's there, like, in the lift and following Bond there. And then he barges Bond. And then I think that's it. And I was like, is that Charles Dance? Is that to show up in my Bond film? Because he's got, like, 30 seconds of screen time and that's it. I was like, well, he's one of the most famous people in this film. Like, and he barely gets any screen time. So that was cool to see, but a bit unexpected.
It is weird, isn't it? You do see this. I do see this come up quite a lot about, can you believe this is where they first started, sort of thing. And yeah, he does appear one more time later on.
Oh,
and
okay.
actually, I think there was a deleted scene of him. He couldn't catch a break in that regard. You know, he did get a few deleted scenes, but yeah, he is not in it much. And it is. You're right. It is kind of weird because he is just in everything now. Very famous actor. After Bond escapes, well, I say escapes, he avoids getting shot by the German guy. We then get the chase continue, but this time in a bobsleigh. Bobsleigh, are they just called bobsleighs? A bobsleigh
run
tube?
Is what I
Run. I guess it's harking back a bit to On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Again?
But again, lots of them, isn't there? Yeah. But they end up skiing into a bobsleigh run whilst there is actually a run going on. So there is there's a group of people in front of Bond, and also the German guy behind him. So he's sort of trapped in the middle of these two people. And this scene is actually, I thought this scene was really good in the bobsleigh run, because you get some really cool camera angles. I did watch some like behind the scenes thing on the Blu-ray disc about how it was one of the stunt guys just had the camera in between his legs as he skied down, and then did it backwards sometimes as well to get the reverse shot. So yeah, it is quite to me it's miles better than whatever we got bobsleigh wise in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I really like this whole thing going on, because you do get Bond worrying about the people in front, and it's a bit silly, but asking them to speed up and get out of the way, and it's as if they really would be able to see this going on and actually be able to react. But yeah,
this is all very confusing to me doing this, because I feel very similar about this as I did the Spanish car chase, where it just didn't do anything for me. I just thought it was really a bit lame. But as you describe it, you're right. There's a lot of really cool stuff in this, and there's a lot of really good shots, and it's a pretty intense chase, and there's some cool moments. And just the idea of Bond in this bobsled being chased by a motorbike, that's cool. I think that sounds really awesome. And I should really enjoy it, but I just didn't. And I don't know if I'm just burnt out by skis and ski chases, because I get they're going back to basics here, but we've just seen this so often. And arguably they have done enough. The bobsleigh thing does help separate it out a bit, but I don't know. I just don't want to see it anymore. They've just done it too much. And I don't know what they should have done instead. I think the motorbike stuff doesn't really do anything for me. I think that's what's kind of supposed to help separate it, that it's Bond being chased by a motorbike. And that is something, that's a cool idea, because it's not just skiers. It's Bond having to outrace a motorbike, and does it in quite outlandish kind of crazy ways. By putting his pole in between two trees, and that knocks over someone on the bike who's following him. in this very small room. But I just felt nothing during this scene. But yeah, when I think about it, I should have liked it, but I just don't. Just thought it was a bit naff.
I mean, you are right in that we have had a lot of ski stuff now. It does feel that way. It's one of those things. It is a Bond staple to have ski chases and ski scenes and snowy things. But yeah, so there is an element of enough is enough. At least this one, to me, I do like the whole Olympic inclusion and separating it a bit more that way as well, and having a few more people around, a few more buildings, and it just seems a bit more like Bond actually in the middle of somewhere, and not just on this mountain in the middle of nowhere. Is actually around people. But yeah, I don't know. That's a shame, because I really liked, as I say, I really liked the car chase earlier on, and I really like this scene as well.
This is, I think, another example of, we talked about it last week, about if we watch these in a random order, like if I was just in the mood for some Bond and I hadn't seen one in a while and I put on this film, I probably would enjoy it a lot more. But seeing it like this, and this might be refilling my hand a bit, this film just doesn't do that much interesting for me. And it kind of ties to these action scenes where on paper, as I read this script, I'm like, that sounds awesome. I'm up for that. But when I actually watch it, I don't know if it's John Glen's acting style or what, but it's just never does it for me. And I've just come away a bit kind of disappointed. But as you describe it, I'm like, that sounds great. But my experience of actually watching it was, this is kind of, no, I don't like this. And he jumps over a donkey. Don't forget that as well. He didn't. That's a huge part of it. There's a donkey in this scene.
Wait, is there?
Yeah. So there's the barn. So like Bond jumps over a man with his donkey, and then the German guy Eric jumps and goes into a chicken coop, and there's a load of chickens there.
Oh, and that's how he bends his gun.
Yeah, because he crashes into a chicken coop.
And then he just gets really angry and throws the bike.
Yeah, so Bond just leaves.
Bond's like, all right, we'll see
Bye.
you then. You're not going to hit me with a big bike, so bye. And just skis off.
Yeah, but yeah, again, on paper, I think if you took the scene as a vacuum, it's pretty good. I just didn't do much for me.
Okay, fair enough.
But this then ends with, yeah, like as we say, Eric is shown to be super strong because he can pick up a motorbike and throw it, which he does and just misses by a mile, but it's still pretty
You don't
impressive.
have to be super strong for that.
You think you could do that, Joe?
I could do that.
Could you?
Yes.
Are you saying yes because you don't have to prove it?
Yes. This is not a video podcast, thank God.
Okay, we'll get that. We'll get a TikTok up of that. That's fine. Follow Bond Revisit on TikTok for Joe throwing a motorbike.
Joe getting crushed by a motorbike.
His legs couldn't take it. Try to warn
No,
him.
you're right, because he picks up a big stone at the end, so he clearly is super strong.
Yeah, they're kind of dropping those hints that Eric is kind of the henchman of the film, who I'm not a big fan of, I'll be honest. But he's supposed to be a more traditional kind of henchman where it's just like a big dude who's German and he's super strong. And that's it. Like, there's nothing crazy here. I do like how they introduced him, as you say, with the Olympic stuff, where they show he's a really good shot. It doesn't go anywhere. But he's supposed to be just this extremely capable person who's also really strong. So it's a more back to basics henchman with Eric.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But we cut to Bond at night driving the red Lotus with Luigi. And they pull up to this skate rig, but like an indoor skate rig this time. And Luigi's in the car and Bond says, hey, wait in the car. Because he is here to see BB. So BB is practicing there with the teacher, and he's asking, because BB knew Eric, knew that German, but he was ignoring her for some reason.
Yeah.
But so Bond's like, okay, well, she knows who this guy is, so I'll go ask her about it. And says like, hey, who was this guy? And she said, oh, all I know is a defector from East Germany, of which the teacher is like, nope, stop. You're not allowed to say anything more. And she then gets a kiss and says, oh, I could eat you up alive. Is that right?
That's
weird.
right. Yeah.
But she leaves, and as she and the teacher are leaving, we see a group of guys in full ice hockey gear just setting up and having a little bit of a game and knocking the puck towards each other. And as Bond is walking up, because Bond is just walking on the ice, he doesn't actually get any ice skates where BB was on ice skates because he just wants to talk to her. So as Bond goes to leave, these guys then suddenly the lights go off and starts barging into Bond and knock him down a few times, and they knock him up against this wall, and one of them tries to stab him with his ice skate by kicking him, but Bond gets out of the way just in time. And then Bond gets one of the hockey sticks off them and knocks one down. He goes into the goal, and then the goal scorer goes up by one, and the sound like the goal scoring sound goes off.
Yeah.
So he then spins another one, because there's three of them. He spins the next one into the net. So another goal, and the sound goes off, and then he jumps into like this ice truck nearby, the ones where they drive to like, I guess, I'm not exactly sure what they do, but to like level the ice, I think, smooth it out, and knocks him in using that. And then the goal sounds go crazy as if he's won the game. And I really hated this bit. I just don't get it, like, at all. Like, I guess it's a comedy bit, but it's not funny.
It's not funny.
Just didn't make me laugh.
It's so kind of pathetically short. It's just, I mean, there is a reason for it, I guess, what comes next, but it's really, it's unnecessary. They could have done the reveal coming up a different way, because you're right. It's not funny. Doesn't make any sense. Who's keeping track of this? And there's just an old man in the back. Oh, well done. Oh. And it's like they're letting slip the mask of, back down to earth, gritty, realistic. Every now and then the mask slips, and it's like, well, this will be fun. This will be a bit of a laugh, and then you get scenes like this.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating because, as you say, there's a real effort to make it more grounded, but there's also a real effort to keep it funny and comedy focused. And it means we just kind of get a little bit like this, which is trying to be both. Because to be fair, there's no gadgets, there's nothing crazy going on. It's just three guys who are goons who are just attacking you with hockey sticks. So I think they did see it as probably a more grounded situation. It's just, rather than let it be its own thing, they're like, well, we're adding some comedy with the goals and Bond knocking them all out into this goal. But it's just, I mean, it's so short, it's not that big of a deal. It's just like, just bad.
It's the thing in terms of pacing as well, where we've just had this really, intense action scene anyway. So I know that Bond films are meant to be, non-stop action, but it would have been fine to have a little bit of a breather here. You don't need to have this little thing straight afterwards. It's just that's so unnecessary.
No. But this ends with Bond leaving after taking care of these goons, and he goes back to the car and he finds Luigi in there, but his throat has been cut, and he's dead. As Bond looks over Luigi, he checks his hand and sees a pin of a dove. So it seems like the dove, or Columbo, has killed this man, and, well, that's it, really. Luigi's now dead, so Bond is going to leave Italy, so hope everyone enjoyed Luigi.
He is my favourite character so far.
I love him.
Mainly because of his glasses.
Did he have glasses?
I think he had, like, orange glasses.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know why, that's all I really remember is the glasses. Probably misses his glasses.
Probably misses his old glasses. Oh.
God. Do you know what? As we're doing this, I'm just realising it's one that it's quite telling, I think, that the films I enjoy most, I clearly don't pay much attention to.
Oh, no.
In the nicest way possible. I'm just letting it, there enjoying it, because I have no clue how it then moves into back to Corfu.
I think it's just because of Melina. It must be.
Oh, he just goes back to see her.
I would think so, because he meets her straight away and then they go shopping and it's all very nice.
Oh, they do have that lovely scene, don't they?
Yeah, so I think it's specifically for her. But it's kind of odd because the whole thing about, like, her father just kind of comes in and out as it pleases as a plot point. So sometimes Bond is there talking to her about her father, and sometimes he's not. It just kind of fades in and out as we go. Because he's a very important man, as we find out. It's just really inconsistent when it actually becomes like a thing that matters.
You're right. Yeah, you're right, because they start off with, I guess, I can't remember the actual opening scene, but eventually she says, let's go shopping together to Bond. And so you do get this little montage of them going through the markets and the streets, and they go and eat this fruit, and Bond gives her a little handkerchief, and it's all quite pleasant, really. It's nothing much. It's kind of reminded me a bit of the montage again on Her Majesty's Secret Service, although they're not falling in love to get married this time. But yeah, just a little slice of life, I suppose, isn't it? A little slice of life of what Melina does and all the people she knows, and everyone recognizes her, buying her fruit and everything. I do think this sort of stuff is important, though. I mean, it is a small detail, but it really does help a lot with the whole relationship between Bond and the Bond girl. I'm not saying that this film has a perfect one, but all this stuff does help.
It does help. It's just odd that we go to, like, Northern Italy is one of the big settings in this film, and then we cut to somewhere, we cut to Greece, Corfu, and then we have this scene. It feels very odd. It seems very odd to transition to a brand new location and then have Bond and the Bond girl kind of like hanging out and enjoying each other's company. Like, maybe they could have been a bit, like, Bond goes to Corfu for other reasons that we find out. I just find that a little bit backwards almost, that Bond goes somewhere and then they kind of get all chummy. Like, that doesn't feel right to me.
So do you think it should have come later on or earlier on?
I guess so. I don't really know. But you're right, it makes sense in terms of it's her in her environment and how she's living her life. Although the fact that she comes across as just a bit of a rich kid doesn't help. Like, she comes across as a little bit rich kid. Like, she starts off going onto this very fancy boat with her rich parents, and she says she's in between jobs, but she's just going shopping all the time. Makes me a bit I think she's a bit unlikable because of that. Like, she's just a rich kid. Like, get a job. What are you doing? Stop messing around with that crossbow, spending your dead parents' money. Come on. So I didn't like it.
I can just picture you just like in front of the TV, just getting like so annoyed, like, get a job, you bum.
Yeah, hippie.
Anyway, as you say, yeah, they do touch on her father again, because they're there on this kind of section of a cliff overlooking the sea, and she's explaining how this is where they used to come, and her father used to love this view. Is the boat in view? The Triana? I guess it's down there, maybe. And Bond just kind of says, don't try and think about that. Trying to be kind, I suppose. And that he has a contact to go see at the casino in Corfu. And as I was watching, I was like, who? What? What's going on? Did I miss something? Again, I was like, did I miss something there? But then it does make sense who it is, because I think actually when we saw Kristatos in Italy in the ski thing, he did say that he was going back to Corfu. So I guess that all adds up.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, I guess so. I do think they've done the same thing as they've done in other films, where they just skip that bit and then you have to add it up later. I can't remember exact scenarios, but we've definitely talked about this a lot. Where it's like, yeah, Bond's going here. It's like, wait, what? It's like, oh no, to do this. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, you're right. I should be used to this by now. So it does then cut to Bond at the casino. He's at a table. He's playing some of that game with the bonk.
Give me some cards. See what happens.
The one that he always seems to win. I want to say Chemin de Fer, because I remember looking it up before. He's playing against an interesting looking man. A sweaty man, I wrote down. Playing against sweaty man who's waging a lot of money and being egged on by this lady behind him, this fancy looking lady. A countess apparently is there, and it's basically making him spend all his money, and Bond's there, and obviously when Bond is in the game of Chemin de Fer, he's always going to win, and he does. And this sweaty looking man who is perspiring a lot, as she says, that just looks sad. Kristatos is there, comes up behind Bond and kind of. I feel like you always need that character when there's a card game going on in a Bond film. You always need the character to explain, oh, that's, kind of just telling the audience, oh, that's a move that's a risky move, or oh, he needs this to win. I remember that a lot in that's what Felix does a lot in Casino Royale, and that's kind of a little bit of what Kristatos does here, because he says something about the odds, and Bond says, I can't remember the line Bond says. Maybe have you still got the script?
Well, he says it again, doesn't he? Like,
yeah.
He because Christian says, "Oh, the smart thing to do is to do this," and Bond says, "Yes, if you're playing the odds." Of which he's not playing the odds; he's just playing aggressive, but it works out for him anyway because he's James Bond, and of course it does.
And Bond always wins.
And are you gonna? Do you not remember the man's name? A little bit.
What, Sweaty Man?
Yeah.
I just called him Sweaty Man in my notes.
Oh, the disrespect. The disrespect to poor Bunky.
His name was Bunky?
Yeah, because she's all like... Because initially he puts in 500,000, which is half of what he has. Then the captain's like, come on, Bunky, you can do better than that. And poor Bunky has to put in more money. Then as soon as he leaves, it's like, oh, Bunky. And the woman just leaves him. I felt so bad for Bunky.
Poor Bunky. I do wonder if that was like a well-known actor of the time, because it feels like, why did they put so much emphasis on Bunky?
But yeah, normally when it comes to these, Bond is going up against someone who's very kind of cocky or very full of himself or just like evil, like somebody who's like, I'm so good at this game, and Bond's like, well, we'll see about that. But this is just some poor dude, just Bunky, who just looks really sad. And Bond just beats him, and then we don't see him again. It's like, oh, I feel really
Bunky
bad
dies.
for Bunky. And then it comes up, Bunky died on the way to his home planet.
And then in the next film, Bond starts the film by visiting Bunky's grave.
Putting red flowers on it.
Oh, right. I'm going to have to look up Bunky after this. I want to find out more.
I feel like this is probably, not to do more Simpsons reference, but Bunky is the Frank Grimes of the Bond franchise. Bunky failed so Bond could succeed.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a reason as to why, to let you see what's going on with this woman who is egging people on and encouraging them to bet more. But yeah, at the moment, it's just, you just see this poor guy lose a lot of money, and then that's it. And Bond walks off and asks to get his chips cashed and goes off for dinner with Kristatos.
It's very similar to a Plenty O'Toole back in Diamonds Are Forever. Only this time, rather than it just being a rich dude, it's Bunky. Of course.
Is his name really Bunky?
Bunky.
One other thing I was going to mention as well.
It's Bunky.
It's Bunky. No, we've been saying a lot of things as a reference to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Another one I noticed in this scene, and I don't know whether it was on purpose or whether it's just, casinos look like this a lot and it was just so happens to be. But when they revealed the Countess, it was it reminded me similar to how they reveal Tracy, who is also a Countess, behind the lampshade almost, or like the light fixture that's above the table.
Yeah,
maybe?
I didn't think about that, but you're completely right. Yeah, very similar.
It was just a very similar shot. So I don't know. Maybe that was there for a reason, or maybe it was just it was in the way. Can we move this light out of the way?
Apparently, people can't agree on how you spell Bunky, if it's IE or Y, but that's another.
Oh, really? We need answers, people. This is the serious stuff.
Justice for Bunky.
Justice for Bunky. But yeah, Bond does go to have dinner with Kristatos outside. They have a little bit of pleasantries about their dinner and what they're going to order, and Chris is saying, "Oh, have this wine from my region." And I love how Bond just shoots him down, like, "No, it's a bit too perfumed for my taste. I'll go with this one instead."
I think that's a little bit of foreshadowing as well. Maybe not, but I feel like the fact that Bond declined somebody's drink offer like that, it probably was meant to just be Bond being like, "Oh, I'll order my own drinks." But I feel like that's kind of putting in the hints of what's coming. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but it feels like that.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, I think you might be right. And yeah, they're eating dinner, and obviously they're there to talk about Columbo, who, as you said, Kristatos used to be a partner with, and they used to know him quite well and friends with. And he points out that he's literally on the other table. He's over the table across from them, and there's this man over there, this nice mustache man with the Countess lady together on that table, and Kristatos is just saying a little bit about. I think there's a little bit more kind of history between the two of them, but there's also a section where he tries to guess what Bond is doing here, and it's quite. When you find out who this character actually is, it is quite clever. Like he's trying to act dumb, and he says something along the lines of, I can't remember how they mentioned heroin, but something to do with heroin. And do you work for sort of like the anti-narcotics? And Bond obviously is like, well, I'll never tell, sort of thing, but kind of giving Bond a false sense of security and playing up to him. And I do like that, because it's he clearly he's playing all the chess pieces right now, Kristatos, and doing it quite well.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of this character, really. I think he's fine. I like the idea, but none of these scenes with him really do anything for me, especially for how this all kind of goes in terms of like. I think this is another From Russia with Love thing, where From Russia with Love didn't really have core villains. It just had people kind of doing different things and having different elements. Like it was a little bit more confused. So you could point to number 3, I think she was, maybe number 5 as being the villain, but it's a lot more confused. I feel like this film goes for the same thing, and I'm kind of just not really up for that anymore. Like it's not a bad idea, and after the villains from the last few films, maybe it was time to reset and make that a bit more murky, but I just think maybe some of the From Russia with Love stuff they bring into this film probably wasn't the way to go.
Kristatos is definitely not the strongest villain, but to me, and this just links back to the wider picture of them doing a bit of a whiplash from Moonraker and realizing they need to come down from that, is that at least it's not another. I mean, he's the villain, we're just gonna say it. Here's the villain. At least we're not getting another villain that is, megalomaniacal, wanting to world the end thing. I think it kind of plays into what you're saying earlier, where this might be just because we're watching them in order, and those villains are fresh in my mind, and I am a little bit tired of that. So this is someone different, and I like that. He's just a guy, right? He's just, there's nothing wrong with him. There wasn't anything wrong with the other ones physically. There's no weird, visual scar or anything like that. But he is just a guy who wants to get money, right? And he wants to deal with the Russians. And maybe if I had just jumped in on this randomly, I would think, oh, this guy's a little bit plain, a little bit of a dweeb. But right now, I'll happily take this. Like this is I'm all about this right now.
That's completely fair. Like, yeah, I think not doing another one of those, I'm going to flood the world or nuke the world and go to space, definitely was smart. And I do like what they're doing here with the Cold War stuff, where they're trying to tie it more into the Cold War and having all this. I just don't think they do it that well. I mean, luckily we're going to get introduced to Columbo soon, who's an absolute joy, which definitely helps. But I feel like what kind of helps From Russia with Love is that we're dealing with a lot of big characters, but they're all tied into Spectre, and we know something bigger is happening. So it's kind of like if you took that From Russia with Love, and if you took those same characters who are the villains in that film and removed Blofeld and the Spectre angle, they would just be terrible. Like, just so weak and uninteresting. And I kind of feel like that's happened here a little bit, where you're trying to make them stand alone, but without this kind of bigger picture that they're tying to, it makes them feel not quite as interesting. But I still like the idea, and I can appreciate them going for this angle. I just think that it just didn't work for me. It's another one with this film where it's like something where it's like, I don't hate it, but it just didn't work for me. It falls a bit flat.
Okay. Eventually, someone comes and switches some waiter comes and switches the lamp, like the little candle lamp in the middle of Bond and Kristatos' table. And you find out that it was actually a recording device, and Columbo is there listening back to it and hearing. I can't remember the line Bond says, but it's something along the lines of, he's gonna find him and do what he needs to do, or is he gonna kill him, or some sort of threat like that. He says it better in the film. I can't actually remember the wording of it. So yeah, Columbo knows. He goes back, and you get this little spat between Columbo and the Countess on the table, and they suddenly have a bit of an argument, and she throws a drink over him and storms off. And as she storms off, she sort of gives Bond the eye, gives him a look as she walks past him, and Bond takes that as the opportunity to leave the dinner and go investigate this lady who obviously knows Columbo and see how he can use her to get closer and find out more.
I had it that the woman gives him her card, but now I'm not sure that happens.
She is holding something, isn't she?
Yeah, I thought because she comes over to the table, I thought she just quickly gives him the card, but I wasn't paying that much attention, so maybe that's not what happened. But to me, I assumed it was a card, because otherwise, her just looking at Bond, surely that can't be enough for Bond to be like, aha, away. But I guess weirder things have happened.
She definitely is holding something. So maybe I guess I would have just expected like a really obvious insert shot of the paper saying "meet me" or something, but maybe it doesn't need to be that on the nose. So yeah,
I'm checking the script.
We're on it live.
Oh my god, this is a long script. There's 122 pages of the script. I'm getting rid of it. I'm actually getting rid of it now. I can't do it. But yeah, so Bond then meets up with her, the Countess. Hold on, let me get this right. Yeah, meets up and says, I can drive you home. Of which she says yes, and we then cut to the Bond and the Countess in the back of a car, where Bond says, well, I'm a writer, and I'm writing about Greek smuggling. He introduced himself as Bond. He doesn't change that name. He's like, my name is Bond, I'm a writer. So, all right, Bond.
Yeah, good one.
So he's like, do you know anything about Columbo and Greek smuggling? And I'll be grateful if you told me. The driver looks a little bit shifty here, but I don't think that actually goes anywhere unless this is a goon that shows up later.
Well, it's Kristatos' car, so I'm guessing that's how they then know where they are to come back and attack them later on.
Okay, right. Okay, that's quite subtle then, actually. It's quite good.
Yeah, I did miss that, but there is a line where Bond says, or Kristatos says, "Oh, you can use my car," as Bond leaves.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. So they arrive at this small building, this small kind of house by the beach, of which she invites Bond in for champagne and oysters. And apparently, we've found out during this rewatch that oysters mean sexy time, sexy oysters.
It's an aphrodisiac.
Yeah, apparently that's enough. Apparently it works instantly. Just have some oysters.
100%.
Yeah, if I want to sleep with someone, I want them stinking of oysters. So Bond then sends the driver. We're saying, I don't think I'll be needing you tonight. And then
nudge, wink, wink.
Yeah, say no more. And then we cut to the beach, and we see a little bit of that, and some sexy horns start playing.
Oh, yeah.
Some sexy horns kick in, and we get a very lovely shot of inside this house of Bond in a big, thick robe, which is like striped red and black, lying on the floor, kind of surrounded by all these pillows. You want to talk about sexy time? Let me tell you.
Well, on robe talk, right? When I saw that, am I right in thinking that's very similar to the robe in Live and Let Die?
Oh, I don't think so.
Is it not? I swear I've seen Bond in a red and black robe before. Maybe
Which
I'm just
scene
making
in
that
Live
up.
and Let Die?
It's not the monogrammed one.
No, definitely
at the beginning. But is it when is it the second robe when he has
the bath?
snake? When he has the bath?
I don't think so.
Damn.
This one seemed more distinct to me than that one.
Okay, never mind. A man can dream.
It could be. I don't know.
I just like the idea of consistency in the robes, that's all, even though he's in a completely different area.
Yeah, that he brought it with him.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, he's lying all sexy on the floor, and the woman comes over with champagne, and Bond kind of says, "You're not who who you seem. Are you from Manchester?" Of which she says, "Actually, I'm from Liverpool." So it turns out that she's running a con here. She's not actually a countess. She just goes to these places and casinos and dresses up to con men out of their money. I don't know if they even go into that much detail, but yeah, she's just there to kind of hang on to the arm of rich men's. And she reveals that Colombo told her that Bond was a spy and that you needed to go and find out more about him, of which she's kind of abandoning, really. And they kiss and spill the champagne, and then we cut to morning. And we see them walking down the beach together, and they seem to be quite chummy, to be honest. Like, they seem to be getting on quite well.
Yeah, for one day of knowing each other.
Yeah, considering how she's a con woman, I don't know how she's just instantly kind of fallen for James like this. But she was like, "Oh, do you want my car?" Which I'm not sure if Bond says yes or not. But we see these, like, is buggies a fair enough word for them?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we see Locke is nearby on a buggy, and we see another buggy as well. So they're all on this beach, so these buggies are driving over the sand, and Bond and the Countess see them, so start running away. They start to climb over a hill to try and get away, but another buggy then shows up. Bond shoots the tire out of one of these buggies, but gets separated from the Countess. So she's now running separately on the beach, and Locke gives chase to her specifically. Bond shoots, but misses, and she just gets run over.
It's brutal.
Yeah, like she just gets properly hit by this buggy and falls to the ground.
It's like the most clear shot we've seen of someone get run over. It's just straight there in the camera. It kind of caught me off guard. I was not expecting it, because usually they might do this a bit more. You don't, left a bit more to the imagination sort of thing, or they do it quite tamely. But no, she just gets straight up run over very, very vividly.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't like a buggy on a beach. Like, if this was a proper car, I think I would have felt it a bit more. But there is a little bit of a silly element here that it's Locke, this creepy man with glasses, hitting someone with a buggy on a beach.
Well, I guess it has good traction.
I mean, yeah, if I wanted to run someone over on a beach, that's what I would pick.
He's a smart man, that Locke.
Yeah, he's got the glasses. So Bond kind of gets knocked down a bit and is kind of about to be captured. And we see the man who's trying to capture Bond is shot by an arrow. And this causes Locke to drive away. Bond runs over to the Countess and checks on her, but she's already dead. And we then see that the people who are saving Bond, who I think came from like the ocean, we quickly see that they have the Dove symbol on them. So they're from Colombo. And as Bond realizes, he gets knocked out. And there's something I need to get off my chest. You might have already guessed this. I really don't like Locke as a presence in this film.
Yeah.
Like, he does have a presence, to be fair. Like, he does stand out. For someone who doesn't say anything and just kind of watches, he does have a real presence. But there is something about him. They made him a bit too punchable. He has such a punchable face. And I think they've gone too far with it. And I just don't think he really adds too much. I don't really find him intimidating or all that interesting. He's just this kind of unsettling guy that's always around, but not in a way that kind of works for me. I don't know if this is, again, another From Russia with Love thing, where he's supposed to be like, what's his name? The Spectre agent. Oh, I should know this.
The Spectre agent?
Yeah.
Grant?
Yeah, Grant. I don't know if they're trying to go for a little bit more of an active Grant here from Russia with Love, because this film does seem to be a mash between that film and from On a Majesty Secret Service. But I just don't like looking at him. And then it just kind of cuts to him a lot, just looking over stuff. And I think he's meant to be creepy and unsettling. And if that was the idea, they did it. But to me, it's kind of a little bit too more creepy and just kind of annoying. And I just don't. I didn't like him when it all came to it.
you're definitely right in the whole unsettling. He's not menacing because he just doesn't look menacing. He's got the little octagonal glasses and the awful haircut. He looks sad, but yeah, the fact you do see him so much, always peering in the background, does add to that unsettling feeling. And I do think that you do see him enough. I've often complained about how, well, oftentimes with the villain, really, like the main villain, that you don't really see him enough to warrant a good payoff at the end when Bond inevitably defeats them. But I feel like you do see this guy enough in that how he eventually ends up dying, which we haven't got to yet, but that it works. It actually feels like, oh, okay, we've seen him all the way through this, and he's been, killing people left, right, and center, trying to kill people anyway. And yeah, I do like him, but he definitely isn't. He doesn't work in the sense of other henchmen. I guess that's why you have the Eric guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how someone would like him, and I completely agree. Like, when he does meet his end, there is a more satisfying feeling to that because he has been a presence and a real kind of really in this film, and you've seen him a lot. I just don't think I really like him just standing on the sidelines the way he does. Like, yeah, he does stuff as he just kind of killed that woman just then, but I just don't like that approach. So I kind of appreciate that this guy isn't this big wacky character, but I just don't like his face, Joe.
That's fine.
I don't want to see his face.
Listen, there's some people that I just see them and I immediately don't like them, and they have done nothing to me, and it's just how they look.
You want to say some names? You want
to... there's some people in my office that are like that, but I'm not going to name any names.
That's probably fair.
Yeah. A couple fun facts, though.
Oh.
The first one isn't that fun, but this is where Charles Dance appears again. He's the one who gets shot with a crossbow.
I see. Yeah.
And second fun fact, Contessa, Lizzle, or whatever her real name is when she says it, is Pierce Brosnan's wife at the time.
Oh, that's lovely.
She was married to Pierce Brosnan. And I think, again, this was in that behind-the-scenes video I was watching. Pierce Brosnan came to the set when she was doing this, and that's how Cubby Broccoli and that saw him and started to get the idea about he could be Bond.
Like, how old would have Pierce Brosnan been then, though? In 1980, I guess this would have been shot.
They must, yeah, I did think that, because she's not old, but she's definitely not in her 20s or 30s. So, yeah, there must have been quite a discrepancy in the age there.
I'm going to check what year he was born. I'm quite interested. So he was born in 1953.
So he would have been, what,
27?
27. Wow, yeah.
27?
Okay. She must be at least, what, 40?
I'd think so, yeah. Not super old, but late 30s at least.
Anyway, no judgment here. I just thought it was interesting that there's a little connection to a later James Bond here, that's all.
Yeah, that is. The fact that he was 27 on the set of Bond films, it's like how Timothy Dalton was considered before this point, right? Like, he was already a name that was being floated out there. They really do get these people involved early on who eventually do become, like Roger Moore, right? He was already being discussed before. Like, it's interesting how early on these actors kind of get involved and tied to it, and then eventually become Bond like 10 years later.
Yeah, something always gets in the way. It's very strange, that.
Yeah, but they stick to it. They stick to that person and come back.
Makes me wonder if there's someone like that that's happened to now, and they're finally going to get their chance when maybe they saw Barbara Broccoli when they were 10, and she was like, "You could be a good Bond."
You've got that look.
Like 16 years later, after Daniel Craig, right, now is your time.
Yeah, who did the catering of Quantum of Solace? That's your next Bond.
She just has an eye for it. But yeah, so Bond does get knocked out by this group of people that emerge from the sea, who, yeah, with the Dove, there's a connection to Colombo, and he wakes up on a boat. He's given some clothes to wear by some guy, and he walks in and spots Colombo there at his little office desk area. And you said it already, but Colombo is one of the best things about this film. The actor that plays him. He's there to try and persuade Bond that he's been given the old switcheroo and that actually Kristatos is the bad guy in this situation. He's the one that was a double agent or something like that back in whatever it was when Britain gave him that medal. And he's basically just a real nasty fella that's playing with the Russians at the moment, and he's the one that Bond should look out for, and not Columbo. And I got to say, all while this is going on, Bond is sat down in this office room, and Columbo's up, and he's kind of walking around, eating some nuts. That's his thing.
Yeah,
his thing is pistachios.
Yeah.
He loves those pistachios. It's an introduction to this character, and as I say, I really like this character. But this scene, man, they really took the idea that they're on a boat to the extreme here, because it was making me sick. They put such a sea sway on this scene. I don't know if you noticed it, but it was ridiculous. The camera was almost flipping over at points, and it's not an action scene. It's just them sitting down, discussing about Kristatos and him trying to get Bond to trust him. But honestly, I was like, this is just too much. I need to pause it for a second.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even notice.
Did you not?
No.
Oh, man. Maybe it's one of those things when I spotted it, I just could not stop noticing it. But, I get wanting to be on a boat, but there's just too much. There's too much in this scene.
Oh, yeah, that does sound horrible. Something I do like about this scene is because it kind of ends where Columbo's trying to convince Bond. And it's like, well, I'll prove it to you. We'll go to Albania, where there's proof that this is what's going on. So initially he's like, here, have some whiskey. And he's like, by tomorrow we're going to be good friends. But Bond says no to the whiskey, of which Columbo points the gun at Bond that he has, but then gives it to him. And Bond points the gun back at him, but he's like, you've got guts, Bond. And then they drink the whiskey together. Yeah. Which is why I think there's that foreshadowing there of the fact that Bond didn't drink the drink that the guy recommended before, but he does for Columbo. That actually probably Columbo is more trustworthy because Bond was willing to have that drink. And it's a really nice little way of having Bond warm to someone and visualizing that, right? Like initially we're like, no, I don't want your drink. But then it's like, okay, I'll have your drink. It's like, it's a nice way of pointing to the audience that Bond is warming to Columbo and probably does trust him.
Yeah, letting his guard down a bit. That is a really good point. The sort of the mirroring there of the drink stuff. I mean, Columbo, or the actor that plays him, I don't know what his name is, but I feel like they just had such a winner with this guy, because I was getting big Kerim Bey vibes from this character. Just instantly likable. I feel like they didn't really have to do much in terms of dialogue or whatever between him and Bond to make it work and have chemistry. I feel like that guy would have chemistry with anyone. You know what I mean? He is really one of the best things about this, especially from this point on where he is more heavily involved in the plot with his pistachios. I do love it.
Well, it's just a really good way of having one of these kind of Bond allies where Bond is a more straight-laced guy. He might have his quips, sure, but he's more kind of, he's more straight-laced. Where this guy is more a bit relaxed, like, hey, friend, sit down, let's have some drinks and stuff. It's a really nice dynamic, having someone who's more kind of loose and friendly and open and kind of more willing to help, to bounce off of Bond, which is kind of what Kerim Bey had, but not quite to this level. So, yeah, as you say, the actor carries a lot of this, but I think it's just a really smart idea to pair Bond with someone who acts this way, because they just bounce off each other so nicely.
Yeah, they really do. They head off to Albania, as Columbo says. That's where Kristatos has got some of his heroin warehouse stuff going on. So that's the proof. So we cut to them in a boat, kind of mooring up at this harbour. Loads of Columbo's men there. I've got to get used to saying Columbo now, not Kristatos. Loads of Columbo's men are there with him, with Bond, all ready to... Well, here's the thing is, I wasn't expecting this to turn into the scene it does. I thought they were just there to spy. But then they start to attack the warehouse.
Yeah, well, the fact that it takes place at night, right? It felt like it was a small group of guys going to sneak on. But yeah, they just then get out and it's like, right, let's start punching. They just start fighting everyone.
I mean, I'm all for it because it is just a bit more, it's just a lot of chaos again. It's like a mini ending of Spy Love Me, where you just get lots of shooting and lots of jumping and lots of grenades being thrown, or people being saved just in time. Like that happens a couple times with Columbo, and Bond's got his back, and then vice versa. They just storm this little dock area, and Locke's there. Obviously, Locke is there overseeing all this stuff, and they do retreat into this warehouse. So they go in and start to follow them. Inside, there's these big drums of raw opium. I think Bond tastes a bit and is like, man, it's raw opium. And they also walk past a kind of robot-y looking diving suit as well.
It's huge.
It is humongous. It looks like something from a video game, frankly. But I guess that's there to... I don't know if this is where they realise that he's like, oh, this is definitely, that's diving gear. I think Bond might even say like that's a diving gear or something. So just connecting the dots that, he's probably there doing a salvage operation, or he's getting ready to do a salvage operation as well. But inside this warehouse, it's kind of a bit calmed down in terms of all the gunfighting and everything like that, but there are still some guards around. And this is how, it's not just a gimmick, the whole pistachio thing. He doesn't just like to eat pistachios, Columbo, and spit them out. He does it for a reason, because he has his little pocket full of pistachio shells, and he throws them out. This is maybe not Spy 101, but it's a trick 101.
They teach you this on the first day.
Always bring some pistachios.
Always be chewing nuts, just in case.
Yeah, but he throws some shells on the ground as a way to hear if anyone's coming, and listen out for that. Locke is there in the background, obviously very worried. All of his men have been shot and his place is being stormed. So he's currently rigging up a mine. And this is why I thought that the first scene with the St. George was an attack, because it's the same looking mine.
Yeah.
But I guess mines look similar, right?
They probably just had this, they got a mine. They were like, we'll just reuse it.
Yeah, probably.
It probably was the exact same mine in both scenes.
Yeah. He's there kind of fusing up to a detonator, this mine, and is escaping out of the back so he can blow it up. And someone steps on the pistachio shells, so they push down all the drums and crush them that way. I don't think anything else really happens.
Well, there's this really silly bit where Bond sees the mine and tells everyone to get out of it. There's a mine, we got to leave. But Bond throws a grenade, and then it just goes next to this man who just picks it up, and then it explodes.
Does he pick? Oh, yeah. Because he doesn't
why did he pick it up?
He doesn't pick up as if he was about to throw it back.
He just looks at it.
He just looks at it. What's this?
Oh, a grenade with no pin. That's odd. It just blows up.
Yeah, Locke's men, not the brightest.
No.
Yeah, they're no Spectre Island agents, that's for sure.
So this leads with Locke getting into his car and driving off, and we get... Would you say this is meant to be a funny scene?
Bond chasing on foot?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Because it's cut... It's the audio for me, and it's what So just to kind of summarize, so we have another kind of scene where it's similar to where Spain was, where it's very windy roads, but it's kind of going uphill. So Locke is in his car and he's driving along these windy roads, but he kind of has to go back on himself and turn around and come back up. So Bond is there trying to cut him off, but every time that Bond kind of misses or Locke gets away, Bond just goes up the stairs to then go up to the next row to get ahead of him. But we get these shots, and it's the sound editing like we had with the moon buggy in Diamonds Are Forever, where you get these driving the car like vroom, 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 and then it just cuts to Bond just tip, tap, tip, tap, tip, tap, breathing.
Heavy breathing.
Yeah, tip, tap, tip, tap, tap. That vroom, 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 tip, tap, tip, tap. And then also the stairs he has to climb get longer and longer.
Oh, it's ridiculous by the end. There's no way he's going to catch up to the car. There would be no way.
Yeah, but that's why I think it's meant to be a comedy scene, because of that sound editing choice, because they just jump between the two. And I'm up for that. I think it is quite funny, especially because Roger Moore, this is meant to be the older Bond, and poor Roger running up these stairs trying to catch him. But yeah, I think it is meant to be funny. It made me laugh anyway.
I mean, you saying it now, that is making me laugh. So, yeah, I think maybe you're right. I think maybe when I was watching this, I was just too concentrating on what this is leading up to because I knew this moment was coming. But yeah, that is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I quite liked it. So eventually Bond gets in front of him, shoots at Locke, and that causes his car to spin out, and it dangles off a nearby cliff because they're by the coast. And the car is slipping, so Bond casually heads over. Locke is on one side, and he's trying to get out of the car, but it's very slowly slipping over. And Bond takes the Dove pin, which is the same pin that he got off Luigi, and he says, "Oh, I believe you put this, or you dropped this, or something like that, or this is yours," to kind of say, "Oh, actually, that Colombo didn't kill Luigi. It was Locke, but Locke planted the Dove there to make it look like it was Colombo's men and the Dove." So throws the pin in, and then Bond just gives the car a good kick, which sends the car going over the cliff. And Bond makes the quip, which go for it, Joe.
He had no head for heights.
There we go, perfect. Better than Roger said it.
I say that with hesitancy because it doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
His head didn't explode or anything.
Nope.
So, yeah. Bad quip. 0 out of 10 for that.
He should have said, because he just gave him a dove pin, right? And what do doves have? Feathers.
Wings. Oh. Just reuse it. Why not?
The exact same audio. Just.
I love if we did that and then just winked at the camera.
All these feathers and he still couldn't fly. But we get quite a nasty shot to end on where we actually see Locke's dead body lying on the rocks. It's another instance of where they don't really shy away from it. Like similar to the woman before who Locke ran over, we just see Locke's dead body down there, which is quite a kind of a powerful... We don't linger on it for that long, but it's quite a powerful shot, and I think it ties into the satisfying ending that we kind of got that we mentioned before, where it's like, yeah, he dangles and Bond gets that satisfying kick, and then we just see him dead like that. It's like, wow, that guy died. He really died.
He really died. They got really lucky with the car fall when they shot that, because in the shot that they kept for obvious reasons, the dummy like flops out as well. Like they could not have asked for a better shot there. It literally falls out of the car door and it actually looks like a dead body just flopping out dead. Like very, very good.
I guess that's the reason they might have done it, right? Like if that didn't happen, they probably would have just left it.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah. I got to say, I mean, I'm a big fan of this scene. I know that some people I've read that don't really like this because they think that it's just not Roger Moore. I think even Roger Moore had kind of qualms against this and was like, well, this doesn't really feel like me. I wouldn't be so brutal and cold. But I'm all for it. I think this is the film we've got so far, and it is more along these lines. And it's nice to see Roger Moore and his Bond being a bit more like this. And we've touched on this in films like The Man with the Golden Gun, where he's trying to be like this, usually with women, and it not really working too well. At least you don't have that dodgy aspect to it here. It is just him being a cold-blooded killer and finishing this guy off who's killed people that he knows, and I think it's great.
Yeah, I'm surprised that people don't like this one. I didn't even think about that because to me, that's just something that James Bond would definitely do. I don't think it is, would Roger Moore's James Bond do it? It's like James Bond would kick off that car. He got what he wanted, and it's also portrayed that he's revenging Luigi, which is also breaks the whole theming of the film, but don't worry about that. But yeah, he would totally do that. And it's not a massive vicious thing. It's Locke also killed the woman from before, and as you say, it's consistent with the rest of the film. So yeah, I thought it worked quite well. It's quite a nice end.
Yeah. I do wonder maybe that... I don't want to bash Luigi too much, but I think I would have preferred... I guess it wouldn't have worked because he needed to throw the pin. But to me, it would have made more sense if he said something about the woman instead. Only because you just saw her get run over so like in your face. But
yeah, that's true.
yeah, you do need the pin. So, and I if I recall, they originally wanted it so that the pin was enough to topple it over.
That what it felt like, right? I thought we were going for like the Italian job style thing here.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm glad they didn't do that because A, how much does that pin weigh? And B, then you wouldn't get the nice kick. So yeah. After that, because when he says the quip of head for heights, is that Columbo and all that have caught up to him, right? Like
Yeah, he says that to Columbo.
Right. Okay. Not that I don't know why I brought that up because it doesn't really matter. Because then we shift to Bond with Melina. They are they both on the seabed or is it just her?
They're both on the seabed because it really stood out to me because she's in like just a swimsuit and is much more revealing, like in a one piece or something, and then with all the scuba gear. And Roger Moore is in a full, completely covered everything suit, and it just makes him look like it's another way they've just kind of allowed him to look older. Like he's not even covering, like his hair is covered, like it's literally everything but his face is covered by this blue scuba suit, swimming next to this like beautiful woman just wearing a very basic one. It's like, oh man, like they get together because of course they do, but scenes like this make me think like, they're not really a match.
Well, that's interesting because that would only make sense for them to do that really if they are going to obviously put in some stunt double and that, you know, hide as much as Roger Moore as you can, and it makes it easier to blend together. But there is no stunt here.
Nope.
They're just they're both they're on the seabed because she's her father was a what do you call them, relic hunter.
Scavenger,
archaeologist. So that's what she's following her father's footsteps clearly, and also doing that down on the seabed and uncovering this temple thing that's down there. And you see some sea life and some turtles and jellyfish or whatever. But yeah, there's no stunt there. They just come up to surface back on the boat, and on the boat, the Triana, it's called. Bond asks,
actually, you've missed a little detail here.
Have I?
Because it's a detail that I think is really stupid and I don't like it. For some reason, she just goes down to one of the pillars and just leaves the oxygen tank there. And swims back up. So they don't explain it, but it comes up later. But even when it came up later, I'm like, but why did she do that at all?
She just likes to litter.
But it's like, I'm assuming like maybe she intended to come back to that point and she didn't want to bring her oxygen tank up, but that can't be good for the oxygen tank. Like, bring it back up. Don't be so lazy.
Yeah. That's one of those things I just completely was like, yep, that's fine. As I was watching it.
But it comes back and it's quite critical later, which is why it bothers me, because it drops the seeds here that she left her oxygen tank on the ocean floor. But to me, I don't think they give, there might be a reason, but I don't think they give anywhere near enough reason and context for it. At the time, it just seems like that's just weird. And then once it comes back later, I'm like, oh, that's just kind of bad writing.
You're right. Yeah, no, you are right. Because I guess when you're underwater, they can't even say anything. But I don't know if that would have made it better, really. They do come up and they're on the boat and they're inside her father's kind of study area with the parrot called Max.
Oh, that was Max. That's who was in the script. I was wondering who that was.
Yeah, I can't remember if at this point we've seen Max parroting.
Yeah, he does it like in the very first scene he's in.
Right, okay, yeah, because that's like a bit of a plot point that comes up is that it's a parrot, so he listens and repeats things that's said around him. But anyway, on the yacht, on the boat, Bond is asking about whether her father had any journals and if there's any lead that they could go off with where he was last exploring. Because he was obviously meant to be searching for this wreckage. So she finds, I don't know why it's taken her this long. I think she does say that she hasn't had the heart to go and look in this stuff yet. But they do find one of his journals and it's written in like a shorthand thing. So she deciphers it and they find this log and they look at the last location that he wrote in and figure out there was something there and that they need to go there and explore, and it's really far down, so they need to have this very specific mixture of oxygen and nitrogen and something like that. Yeah, they make it sound important that it's really, really deep anyway.
We also get like a cool version of the Bond theme. Maybe that's jumping ahead a bit, because they go in this small submarine called the Neptune. And this was one of the themes I actually did quite like. I didn't like the music at all, but this one is like, this is kind of cool. Like, it's still very 80s, like a very 80s sounding Bond theme, but I was like, this one's a little bit better. I can get behind this one a little bit more. I'm not 100% sure about it, but it's like, okay, I can get behind this kind of version and update of it.
I did write great Bond theme as it's diving,
Yeah.
but I actually can't remember it.
Yeah, it's very like, I want to say it's very 80s. Like, it's again another 80s sounding one. Like, this film does go all in, but yeah, it was quite cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, as you say, they use their little mini sub called the Neptune, 2-man sub, to dive down to this last location that the dad was in, kind of working together inside, and she knows what she's doing. And I do like that she is she's really useful to Bond. She knows how to do all this diving stuff. I mean, I'm sure Bond knows as well, because he does some stuff later and seems to know. But she's definitely taken the lead with having all this gear and not just there going James, like a lot of Bond girls do in the end. So that's good. But anyway, they do find the wreckage eventually and see the big blast on the side where the mine hit it. So they kind of suit up and get their 8 minutes of. I think that must be why they said about the oxygen nitrogen mixture, is that it can only last for 8 minutes, that particular concentration.
Bond says like, we don't have a lot of time. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. So yeah, we only have 8 minutes. So be quick. We're in and out. We need to go in there and find the ATAC and bring it back, sort of thing. So they head out in their scuba suits, and I do love. There's this line where just as they're getting out and ready to go, Bond says to her, don't talk, conserve your oxygen, only speak when necessary. And immediately there's like a jump scare with a shark coming out of the hole of the wreckage, and Bond says, I hope he was dining alone. It's like, he just immediately goes against his own advice, because that is clearly necessary talk.
Yeah,
I
only
need to
when
quip
necessary.
here.
Like his quips.
Quips are 100% necessary. That's just shaved off 30 seconds. Anyway, they go in and go through the area that we saw at in the sequence with the St. George earlier, where it was getting blown up, and there's all these dead bodies floating everywhere. It's quite well shot, this scene with all the bodies floating, and they make their way through. I think, if I read this right, that actually this was shot on like a dry for wet, so they're not actually underwater, which is probably why this whole scene looks a lot better to me than previous
dry
underwater
for wet.
scenes.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So it was done. Maybe this scene wasn't actually, but apparently some scenes were, where they just add on like a filter and a fan to look like it's
right,
underwater. Clever stuff. But they make their way through. Bond has his little map of where the room was with the ATAC, and he heads in there. And you do get, as they're making their way through, some creepy POV shots, heavy breathing. Someone's behind them. Someone's found them. It is very like 80s slasher, so I guess it's in keeping with the timing of the film. But yeah, it's like something you get from Friday the 13th or Halloween, from Freddy's point of view, or something like that. Or no, not Freddy, that's Freddy Krueger. Jason, or Michael Myers, where it was really kind of creepy shots of them being followed.
Well, there's like music as well, isn't there? Like, not because we get a few of these, it's them doing their thing, disassembling the ATAC, and then it's creepy first-person shots, almost like a Jaws style thing where the music's building up and it's like heavy breathing and scary music. I don't like it.
Oh,
to me, it's kind of bad. I think the payoff is why I don't like it.
yeah, that is true. But yeah, they're getting the ATAC out. They have to cut some certain coloured wires, and they're following the instructions. And obviously, it's taking time, and they're running out of time. But they do it. They get it released from the machine that the guy tried to self-destruct, and there is also some explosives there. I guess that was linked to what would have exploded if the guy had managed to pull it in time before he died. There's like some what do you call them? Charges, like explosive charges.
Yeah, detonator. I can't remember what they called it. I think it might be a detonator.
Yeah. And as they're about to escape, then you do find out what the thing was that was chasing them and watching them and heavy breathing. And it's the giant robot thing from the warehouse. Yeah, you're right. It's such a letdown because I really liked the vibe this whole scene had with, knowing there is something coming up to them and they're in this situation where they're running out of time and, they're underwater. It's not an easy situation to be in. They're really deep down. They've set all this up and they set it up really well. And it's just this really stupid looking, bulky, diving suit that we saw earlier. And there's nothing menacing about it. All of that is gone immediately.
It's just huge. Like it looks so cramped inside this little boat because it's just massive and it's this. Yeah, it's just so big, and it's also got claws, which is just not intimidating. Like if Teehee couldn't pull it off, this guy's got no chance. Like he's got these two little grippers that he's coming at you, and it's just like, ugh. Would Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street be more intimidating if he had little grippers? So I'm going to grip you. And I know what they're going for because it's the whole thing of, bursting their like oxygen pipes that we've seen in previous films. And I guess this is meant to be a giant thing they can't take on that can just clip their oxygen and get, cause them to suffocate and drown. It's just so awful. I got nothing good to say about this scene. I really didn't enjoy it. And to be honest, I think I remember going into Thunderball being a little bit unsure about water scenes because before this podcast, I was like, yeah, I don't really like the water scenes in James Bond. Like, I'm not a fan of those. And then I watched Thunderball, I was like, actually, I kind of like those. What's up with that? And I think when I think of scenes I don't like, it's this, where it's just kind of slow and it's kind of dumb and there's just no real kind of payoff to it. And it's just like... Oh, I couldn't get into this at all. So this is when I think of underwater shots in Bond films that I don't like and are bad, this is it. Because I just don't get anything from this scene.
It is, once you do get the robot diving suit thing, I keep saying robot, it's not a robot. There is a man in there. Like it just looks kind of roboty to me. But there is a man in this big clunky suit. Yeah, once that arrives, it does lose a lot. I still do like the first bit of this scene. I'm going to stick by the first bit. And I think... Once I accepted the diving suit, I was all right with it. It does attack Bond and Melina, and it does get the ATAC somehow with its little clampy clamps. And it also knocks Melina against something, which cracks her tube, like an oxygen tube, a little bit, so she's losing her air faster. Bond eventually does take out this diving suit using those charges. Like a 1 minute timer. He sticks it on the back of this diving suit so that they can't reach it, and does manage to grab the ATAC back off it and then swim away and leave it to explode. So they get back to the Neptune and everything's great. They have the ATAC. They do make it. I thought they were going to do more about Melina, like actually something happening to her with her running out of air, but she gets in and just sort of looks a bit dizzy and all that sort of stuff. And as they're about to swim away in the little sub, they get attacked by another sub, which, again, just has more pincer things. They really love clamps. Yeah. This is a bit where it's like, okay, this bit lost me now because they could have just left it at the diving suit. They didn't need this second bit. This other mini sub attacks them and starts to destroy bits of their one and breaks some tubes and cracks some tanks on the side. And, there's the water starts leaking in and kind of a la the Lotus Esprit and The Spy Who Loved Me. But again, nothing really comes of it because Bond just sort of pushes it. He just pushes it back into the wreckage. There's really nothing to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get the point. And it's driven by like the nerdiest man you've ever seen.
Yeah, they keep having these shots of this man as if he's playing like a video game or something, with like a joystick, and he's like, "Oh, really into it." But yeah, they deal with him quite easily, actually, and rise back up to the surface.
Yeah, so I mean, I've already said it. I don't like the scene at all. But so I guess we'll move on. But yeah, so while this was happening, we saw a shot of Chrissy on the boat saying, "Oh, there's something going on. Like the radar picked up something," and he's like, "Oh, we have visitors." So we saw that earlier as they were down below. So we know he's around. And Bond and Melina get back onto the ship, and Bond has the ATAC. And we see that the German man is there, Eric, and Chrissy is there as well. And they take the ATAC off him. But Bond is all like, "Let the girl go. If you let the girl go, we'll double the money that they're paying you." Of which Chrissy says, "No, I always honour my deals, always honour my arrangements," something like that. So they then go and put the transmitter or the ATAC on the desk. And because they're on that ship, the parrot, Max, is there and is just freaking out. And this is when we find out that Eric, the German agent, is actually part of the KGB. And it's revealed that they are here to sell this ATAC to the KGB. So what we heard at the very start of the film of Goguru, I think. Gugu.
Gugu, puppy Gugu.
Gugu. Yeah, that's all paying off. So this guy is actually working for him, and they're working to have a deal where the Greek guy is going to sell it. And we see Bond and Melina being tied up on the ship. And she's all like, "Oh, I didn't think it would end like this." And Bond's like, "We're not dead yet." So there are two ships. So they came on one ship, and they've tied them up on their ship. But there's also like this little water, like, I don't know what you would describe it. Like they're tied to a rope that's tied to this like small little, I don't know.
It's like a buoy or something, isn't it?
Yeah, like a mini little buoy, like this white buoy that looks like a mini sub or something. And then that's connected to the other boat or ship. So they tie them all up. They decide don't tie up their legs because we want the sharks to have something to chase or some nonsense. And the boat drives off with them tied behind, and we see the rope all unravel, and eventually they get dragged into the water and are being dragged behind this boat, and we see a load of coral that's quite high up. So there's actually, they're over the top of the water trying to breathe, but they're being pulled over the coral. And we also see kind of some sharks going around, and eventually the boat stops, which gives them a chance to dive underwater. And Bond says, "Hold your breath," and they're going to dive. So they dive. He starts cutting the rope on some rocks nearby, and we see a shark. And Bond, at the very last minute, just before the boat goes on, cuts the rope and is now free. So they go over some more coral going back around, which causes some blood to now appear in the water, and we see more of a shark. The boat then stops again, so they dive back down again. And Bond ties the rope around the coral and just pulls on it underwater to hold it in place. And the boat starts moving. And I wasn't too sure about this. They're like, actually, I'm actually not too sure about this. Like, they kind of hold on to it, but I don't think they actually stop the boat entirely, right? Like, they couldn't have done.
Yeah, I guess they're just using the rock, like the stress of the rock to take the. Basically, they're relying on the little. I don't know if they know this, but they're relying on the little white buoy thing to snap.
Yeah, so that's what they're trying to do. They're not trying to stop the boat. They're just trying to snap the rope so they can get free. And that eventually does happen, and the little boy goes flying. Oh, that's an odd sentence. That's not what.
let's change it to the American way of saying it. Then it will sound better. The buoy.
The buoy. The buoy guys. That goes flying, and that hits Chris, the other boat, and that knocks somebody into the water. And as soon as that man goes into the water, he starts swimming, but all the sharks nearby start eating him, which I got very confused by that, because I feel like the whole plan here was that he wasn't trying to drown Bond. He was trying to, like, cut Bond up to then get eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
But that just doesn't happen in the slightest. The sharks just seem to have zero interest in Bond and Melina.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'd actually missed the fact that I didn't see the bad guy get eaten by sharks. I must have been looking down.
Well, that's how
in the
they
note.
eventually get away, because Bond is bleeding and there is blood in the water, which has come from Bond. But so their explanation for why they're able to hide is that the sharks find somebody else to eat. But they just like instantly eat this guy, where Bond and Melina, even when they stop, they're just not interested. Like, I get why they wouldn't go for it while they're being dragged along, but they get stopped twice and just don't care.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, once you start thinking about it like that, it doesn't really make much sense. I do like this scene, though. I think it's a bit different because we have had sharks quite a lot, I suppose. And it's not just your typical put them in with the vat of sharks or the python or the anaconda or whatever it is. Kristatos is doing something extra evil and wanting to watch them whilst it's happening, and it's just an interesting kind of situation to be in where they're almost being. I read, is it keel hauling? I mean, it's like kind of reverse keel hauling, where instead of going under the boat, they're going along the coral. But it's a similar thing where they're all getting scratched up by it. But I liked it just as on that principle alone, really, that it's just a bit different.
Yeah, it's a good idea, and it is nice to have Bond in these situations where it goes back to the whole they're trying to do something more practical. So it's not this over-the-top thing, but it's still like a laser scene, isn't it, right? It's still Bond in this situation where he has to find a way out. But to me, it makes Chris... Oh, bloody hell, I don't remember his name.
I liked how you're sticking with Chrissy.
Let's get it with Chrissy.
I like that.
I think, to me, this kind of ruins Chrissy as a villain a little bit, because I don't like the way he kind of handles this, where he's just like, let's go around again, and they're just going around in like a circle, and they keep cutting to the same shot of him smiling on the boat, and he just looks really lame. Like, I just don't buy him as like an intimidating villain who's like torturing these people. Instead, he just seems just rubbish. And I wish it was someone a little bit better and a little bit more menacing. I don't know if it's because in Bond we normally get the calm and collected one, right? Where it's like, yes, kill them, and then they just watch it quite calmly, like what we got with Drax in the last film, which I quite liked. This one just seems to kind of be enjoying it, but not in a way that's fun. And I kind of wish there was a better villain to pair along with this scene. And I think it just makes Chrissy seem a bit... I just didn't like it. I didn't buy him kind of doing this. And it seems a little bit contrived because eventually Bond does have to escape, which he does. And the shark stuff doesn't really make sense. And eventually he just swims down to the oxygen tank that Melina just happened to leave for them before, which is how they escape. And then Chrissy is just like, oh, the shark's probably gone, let's leave. And then they just leave. And I'm just like, it just makes him look so dumb and just such a rubbish villain. Like, good idea for having them dragged along. When they're being tied up, that's really cool. And first get launched into the water, like, oh wow, that's pretty intense. But it kind of falls flat for me because of, I think the villain ruins it.
If it's a typical villain problem, if they'd have just waited another couple minutes, that's all they had to do.
They were right there. They were right there.
What's another minute or two? You're in no rush.
But this is where I think, like, we talked about how with Goldfinger all those weeks ago, how actually it does make sense. It's a stereotypical scene, and most people would pair that up with the whole villain acting dumb. But Goldfinger doesn't act dumb. He is smart in terms of what he's doing, and Bond has to just use his wits to convince them. But it seems like it is the Roger Moore films where the villain kind of acts a little bit dumb sometimes. And that's what I get from this one. This is just a bit dumb of him. He's being too busy being evil and trying to torture them and stuff. And he just doesn't end up killing them, and they just escape due to his stupidity. There's not like it's not like Goldfinger where actually Goldfinger is making a good decision, but also Bond is making a good decision because it lets him live. Like, they just don't balance it out very well with these films.
I would have liked, because from this point on, yeah, Kristatos, he's the bad guy. He's clearly the bad guy in the scenes now. Like, he knows that they know, sort of thing. And I do think this is... I would have loved to have had more of him, like at the dinner table, where he's playing Bond against Columbo. I liked that aspect of him, where he's kind of one step ahead of Bond in a way, because as much as I do like this character being more realistic, and like I said earlier, he's just a bit of a dweeb, and you said yourself, he does look a bit of like a dweeb, and failing with this attempt at killing Bond and Melina. As much as I do like that, from this point on, he is not as good, because you just can't really buy him a lot of the time, and he doesn't really have what Drax had going for him at times, where he just, he has the quiet demeanor, and then at the end he lets loose, like he panics, and then you get kind of crazy Drax to an extent. You don't get that with this guy. He's just kind of the same now throughout the rest of it. He doesn't really blow up, you know what I mean?
No. Yeah, so, I know what you mean. Like Kananga had that as well, where he had the kind of multiple personalities and he just went a bit mad by the end. Yeah. But you can do that when you have more exaggerated villains. This is not a more exaggerated villain, so it's just kind of like, okay, this collected guy who's kind of quite professional and smartly dressed or whatever, and now he's just going to be the guy who's a bit more disorganized and all over the place. It's just don't buy it. I just don't think they should have used him this way. And maybe they should have kept him out of the scene entirely and just have it be the German Eric guy who does it. Like, I would have bought that a lot more.
That's a good idea, actually. And that would have actually made... I guess he did try and kill Bond earlier, but how Eric goes... it would have been a bit better if there was a bit more behind those two characters. So, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, like the way he is, I would buy him trying to torture Bond. But because he does seem a bit dumb, he did crash into a chicken coop that one time. I would also buy that he would maybe make those mistakes and you could separate him from the main villain. It's just now they're trying to make the main villain like, I'm a villain, let's torture them. It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it goes a bit too far the other way. Yeah, as you say, they use up some of the oxygen from the tank that... I keep forgetting her name. Why do I forget now? Melina. That Melina left down there earlier and wait until Kristatos leaves, thinking that they've been eaten by sharks. They go back on the boat, and earlier on when Chrissy, I'm going to start saying Chrissy now, was talking to Eric and talking about the selling of the ATAC, and saying, all right, well, I'll get the general over, I'll get Gogol over, and we can sort this out. And Kristatos is like, no, I mean, you said I get to pick the place, so we're going to go do it at this place called St. Cyril's. And the key is that they were in the room with Max while they were saying this, because Bond and Melina, they head back to the ship, and they're kind of at a loss now. This is what I said earlier about how Max is the key to all of this. They would have nothing if it wasn't for what happens next, because they're in there and, obviously looking defeated. And then suddenly you hear Max say something like ATAC at St. Cyril, which then gives them the lead to the next place. And I like the idea that Bond would have failed here. Bond has just lost the ATAC, and the only way that this film progresses is a parrot. It's just it's so silly.
Yeah, it's more of that silly. I didn't really dislike it, but or anything. I'm not going to complain. Don't worry.
I liked it, yeah.
But it is more like they couldn't help themselves. They needed to get the comedy in there. This is not just a From Russia with Love on a Majesty Secret Service film. Very clearly wanted comedy and silly moments in here, which leads quite nicely to the next scene.
Oh, yeah.
Where Bond then cuts to going to a church, and there seems to be some sort of wedding going on and this big street party happening, and Bond is all dressed up and he walks through, goes into a church and seems to step into a confessional booth. And he goes into the confessionals booth and goes to speak to the father, or says, I can't remember exactly what he says, but something about confessing. And we see the father in there with big beard, and it's Q in disguise.
With a big old bushy beard.
But he's like, but Q is just like, I don't know where the ATAC has been taken. There's so many St. Cyril's in the area, we simply can't say which one is which. So instead Bond says, I might know a man that might help. And that man is Columbo. But I mean, it's hilarious Q dressing up like this and being in a confessional booth, but it is very forced. Like, it's a quick 1 minute scene purely for this joke, and it's a strong enough joke. I love seeing it, but yeah, a little bit forced.
I just love all the questions that it brings up. How long was he in there? And why did he have to be in person to tell Bond this?
But isn't he in like Spain as well or something? Or not Spain, but like he's not in England. He must have been talking to people as a father working in that church.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. He had to do that. He had to train for 6 weeks
to be accepted.
Just for Bond to come in and say 2 sentences. It is really silly. I almost wish it wasn't in there and Bond just went straight to Columbo. But it's Q, so I'll forgive it.
Yeah, it's funny enough. It's quite rare for this to happen, to be fair. It's funny enough that I'm okay with it. But normally I would be saying just cut straight to Columbo. But yeah, it's so short and just putting Desmond in this gear. Like they must have just done that and saying like, that's hilarious. That's going in the film.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Desmond was like, oh, can I want to get on this. Can I have a little bit of I'm bored of just looking like Q. Come on. Give me a disguise or something. It's like, right, we've got just the thing. So yeah, Bond says he knows who will know, and that is Columbo. So I think it just cuts straight to the area.
Yeah, they're just all dressed as like monks.
Yeah, because it turns out Saint Cyril is, or the one that Kristatos is planning to do the trade at is this monastery on top of this giant mountain. It's really, really cool looking location. And yeah, they're disguised down below as monks. They being Bond, Columbo, a couple of his men, and Melina is there as well with her crossbow. She's ready, always with a crossbow. And Columbo's there just talking about the location and how to get up there and how it's only accessible from this basket on the left-hand side or something like that. You have to get up on the right-hand side away from the building at the top and climb this gigantic cliff face. So they task Bond with going up there first and releasing a basket to come down and then get the rest of them to go up and then go and find Kristatos and deal with him. So yeah, we're kind of getting onto like this is now the climax of the film, and we now get. Do we get Bond climbing first? No.
Yeah, we get a little scene of Chrissy and Eric inside. It's very brief, but just confirming, yes, they're there, and they do have the ATAC there, just so they know they are actually going to the right place.
Yeah, and there's also a scene, I might be getting the order slightly wrong here, but there's also a scene with BB. She's in there. She's still there with her trainer, complaining, oh, why are we in this dirty old building up here? I want to be back down where everyone else is. And, complaining with all due respect, not very, just being whisked away by Kristatos. And he does come in and she's complaining to him. And you do get a nice, creepy element here where he's saying, oh, the thing that we want is for you to win the Olympics or to win the medal. And she says something like, well, I know the thing you want, obviously implying there's grooming going on here. And it very quickly makes him into a proper creep. It's such an effective way of making him even more of a nasty man because, yeah, and the fact that she knows as well, the situation she's in, it's honestly kind of it's gross, but it works because that's what they're trying to say. This is a nasty man, and yeah, it's really, really short. That's about it, really. I think when he storms off, you maybe get something about how the two of them might try and escape, or you get something between her and the trainer that kind of reveals that actually she's not that bad.
Yeah, so he threatens them or threatens the teacher saying you turned her against me, you've betrayed me.
Oh yeah.
But then the teacher's all talking to BB afterwards being I'm always on your side or something like that. I would always protect you, implying that the teacher does have her best interests at heart.
Yeah. which is nice. Yeah, she looked so nasty before. You just can't judge people. You just can't judge them.
Try not to.
Then we get Bond climbing up, I think. So this is like as I say, this is the end. This is the action, right? This is the action of Bond. The big scene is Bond climbing up this cliff face, and he's there and he's got his little. I don't really know the terminology for all this stuff, but the little things you hammer in, and he's making his way up, hammering in and climbing up, and it's really, really simple stuff. It really is just someone climbing up a humongous cliff. But this might be one of my favourite endings to any of the Bond films we've had so far. I really love this whole climbing segment, purely for it's tense and it is nerve-wracking and it's visually striking, and it's just so simple. It's just a man climbing up a big cliff, and you get the little insert shots of, there's a wobbly rock, and is he going to make that? And hammering the things in, and that wobbles a bit, and it's really, as I say, really, really simple little shots, but great. I love it.
I like it as well. I was surprised how much I liked it, because initially I didn't. Like it started, I'm like, is this it? Because they don't really show him climbing up that much to start with. You just get more insert shots of a man on a cliff edge or cliff side.
That's Roger.
Yeah, that's totally Roger. But then they do kind of show a bit more, and once the henchman or the goon shows up, it then becomes something else, which is a part I also like. But I think it's another one where they've found a really amazing location to shoot at.
Yeah.
Because it's this monastery on top of this huge rocks, which I'm assuming is just a real place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks incredible. Similar to The Man with the Golden Gun. Like, this is just like, wow. Like, just put this on camera. They really found a great location. So having Bond climb it is great. I will say, though, I just don't buy Roger Moore climbing a cliff in the slightest.
I knew you were going to say this. I knew it.
It's like, it's not enough to ruin it or bring it down, really. But yeah, when they insert the shots of Roger Moore this high up, I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, Roger. Okay, all right. Because they've been going with this whole theme of him being a bit more older and wiser and more established and stuff. And I feel like maybe the climbing stuff, like, sure, doable, not crazy, but maybe isn't quite the time to do that. Maybe this would have been better with maybe The Man with the Golden Gun or something if it was an earlier set piece.
Yeah, potentially. I think the fact that it's one of those scenes where one of those stunts where someone is doing that and you just kind of let it slide for me. Literally let it slide, because Bond reaches the top of this cliff face and kind of is peeking his head over, just getting there, and there is a guard at the top who decides not to shoot Bond or anything like that. Instead, kick him back down the cliff face. So you get this great shot of someone actually doing that. Like, it's a really wide angle shot from really far back of someone falling from this cliff face. Which apparently was a really dangerous thing to do, like with the bounce back on it and everything. So, yeah, cool shot. But
it looks really dangerous. This is what that shot is what sells all of this, because this henchman is kind of climbing back down and he knocks out one of the hooks, and when that happens, Bond just drops and it goes flying away from the cliff face. But yeah, that's like what they say, heart in your throat sort of moment, seeing this man fall and then just stop. It's like, ooh. It sells it really well, the height.
It's just a sort of kind of gut reaction to it, isn't it? You're totally right. That really does. That is what sells it. Bond is there dangling, and the guard is, now that it's spotted him. I guess the guard is just really cocky and wants to be like, hey guys, I sorted out this guy on my own. That's why he doesn't go and get anyone or try and shoot him. Instead, he knocks out the supports that Bond has been putting along the cliff face. And every time he knocks one, Bond gets dropped lower and lower, where it's, there's more slack in the rope.
I think just to be fair to him, you can't really shoot him because the way the cliff is, it is quite like outwards, then it comes in. so you can't really shoot over the cliff because you would have to like aim back, which you couldn't do. Like, I'm not saying he did the smart choice here of climbing down himself, but I do kind of see why. Like you would either just have to wait, or because you just couldn't shoot him, he would have to come all the way to the top to shoot him.
Yeah. So whilst Bond is dangling there, he uses his shoelaces to climb up. Like he does. Do you know what? I actually did this. I am James Bond.
Oh, cool.
No, at university, I signed up. I didn't actually do it for a very long time, but there was a caving society, and I did one of their taster sessions. And part of it was learning this climbing method. I think it's called SRT, is the climbing method, where you hoist yourself up using your foot. And that's what Bond does. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I actually kind of know what he's doing. I was terrible at it, though, bear in mind.
It looks really hard.
Yes, I had like one session. I was like, nah, I'm out.
This will never happen.
Done.
I just won't go near ropes.
I'll just watch Bond do it instead. So yeah, he climbs up. It's very, well, I was going to say slowly, but it clearly was very quickly, because he reaches the top remarkably quickly before the guy like finishes punching out with a gun all of the supports. Like suddenly he's just there at the top and is able to kill him with a throwing knife, which then causes the guard to fall off.
Well, I will say about this guard, I put in my notes, when I refer to him, I just refer to him as Adam Driver, because he just looks a lot like him.
He does look like Adam Driver.
But I also like this very end bit as well, because he falls off and we get another shot of a man falling with a long scream, which is hilarious as always. It feels like this one is meant to be funny though, because they zoom right out, like it's a very long distance shot and we just see the body go, but they've just added in the scream that like that to me feels like it's meant to be funny. But I like this idea because he has dangled a rope down next to Bond, and because the Adam Driver's been knocking out the hooks, the ropes are about to go and Bond's on the last hook. So he grabs onto his rope, and that's what he uses to actually get to the top. I thought that was kind of a nice small touch.
I missed that. Because, yeah, like in his effort to get rid of him, the guard, Adam Driver, does go quite far over, like to his own mistake there, really. But, yeah, I missed that. That's quite a cool touch.
Yeah, I think it's really cool as well. It's just Bond being resourceful. But, yeah, I really like the scene. It's very simple. The guard just knocking out the hooks and having Bond climb up, but I don't have that much to add, to be honest. I just agree. It's just really good. It's really good.
Yep. As you say, they had a great location. They kept it really simple. They used the stunts. They just used it all really, really well.
And they did something even crazier. They actually played the Bond theme at a time where it makes sense.
Bravo!
Because right at the very end here, they kick it. Once Bond gets to the top, they're kicking the Bond theme. Not for long, but for a little bit. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's when you should play that theme. But someone just
That's a Bond
didn't have
moment.
That memo for the last few films. So they're now all at the top, or Bond's at the top, and he's trying to get to the hatch or the basket to lower it down. And we see a man patrolling along, and Bond sneaks around him, goes into this room, shuts the doors and locks the doors. And this is where the basket is that he can lower down. So there's a hatch in the floor. He opens up the hatch, lowers the basket. Not all of them get in, but some of them get in because there's just not enough room for everyone. So they get in and it starts going up. The man who was patrolling before that Bond sneaks past, he can't get in. So he tries to open the door, it's locked. So he peeks around the window, has a little peek, and doesn't see anyone. But we see Bond is hiding up against the wall. So the man tries to just enter again. And eventually he goes round to the other side, of which by this point Melina has got up and just shoots the man with a crossbow. But unlike everyone else in the film who got shot by a crossbow, he doesn't die and is just screaming, just like, you've shot me with a crossbow.
Ow, this really hurts.
Come on. Who uses a crossbow? Cool. Really? So Columbo is now up there as well, and he's like, try and shut him up. of which they offend. Like, he is screaming a lot, like wiggling around. So they just tie him up and gag him and get him all tied up and tied to the chair because they don't want to be seen. So they're very much trying to keep a low profile as they sneak in. And after that, we then cut to BB and the teacher, who are packing their things. And the teacher says, "I'll never leave you. We've got to go. We need to leave." And at the same time, we see old Goo Goo Gaga is on a helicopter. So we saw a little bit earlier that Chrissy and the Eric, these names are just nonsense that we've got.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, this must be the worst one so far in terms of our naming. Chrissy, Puppy Goo Goo, Adam Driver.
BB Goo Goo.
We're just making sounds at this point.
Yeah, it's for babies. It's the baby episode. So he's heading there by helicopter. So we saw that's who's making the deal to get the ATAC. So he's now heading there. So Bond and Columbo and the men, they start sneaking around the base. Columbo knocks a man out, and they then keep sneaking through. They open a door and go through this like courtyard, and they find the teacher, the BB's teacher. So they grab her, and she says, "Actually, we're leaving. We're not on the side anymore, and that will help you out." So I don't understand what happens here, because they then enter and don't see any guards. Like, all the guards have just cleared out. They sneak around a bit. The teacher points to a room, like directs them in a certain way because they're not talking, because they're trying to be quiet. And like, all the guards are just in bed.
Yeah, nap time.
Was it just nap time?
Yeah, I guess they're doing it in shifts. I don't know.
But like, yeah, all the guards are in there. I thought it was something like she drugged them. But then I don't know why they would go to bed. It's just weird.
It is a bit strange because we've seen a lot of guards. That's why I think maybe they're just at different rotors, because we've seen a lot of guards already. So why are so many asleep?
Yeah, it's really confusing. So they all like point guns at the guard, and one starts waking up because apparently they were actually all asleep, even though it's like the middle of the day, but whatever. And Columbo knocks him down, and someone else shows up with a gun and is about to shoot, but Melina shoots them or points the crossbow at them. And the teacher explains that Chrissy is on the other side of the courtyard. So I think they're staying. Some of them are going to stay there to keep an eye on the guards while they'll go and go to the other side. But we see that BB is there with Chrissy and just confronts him, of which he freaks out and just slaps her. Which I don't really get the point of this scene. Like, why couldn't BB just be with the teacher? Like, why did they even separate? I guess it's more trying to make this villain seem even more unpleasant. But at this point, it doesn't really matter, I don't think.
Yeah, we're too late now.
Yeah, so the helicopter is now about to land, and everyone can hear the helicopter going. So Columbo and Bond fight a couple of guards. They're chasing, and as Bond and Columbo are fighting these guards, Eric sees that something's going on through these stained glass windows, like these very colourful church-style windows, and can see the shadows. And Bond and the person he's fighting go through the window, and BB is there for some reason. So Bond goes to fight Eric, the German guy, and BB takes a swing at him, but just gets pushed aside. And Bond goes to punch him, and he does the classic, Bond punches him and he doesn't react at all because it's very tough. And Bond is thrown over a table. Again, more classic just stuff where he gets thrown, and the German grabs a big old candlestick, a big long metal kind of candle. Maybe sticks the wrong word. I think it's more like a holder, like one of those old style ones, and starts jabbing at him. And the German then picks up a very heavy flower pot and goes to throw it, but he sees that Chrissy is leaving him. So as he's distracted, Bond picks up the candlestick and pokes him with it, and that knocks him off, and we get another great shot of just a dummy being thrown off a cliff.
There's a lot of them in this, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They got him nice and high, so it's like, all right, we'll just throw some dummies off, and that's the end of Eric, who, this fight's fine. I think it is kind of a nice little ending to have him pick up something heavy and then Bond use that to his advantage. I like that as a little payoff, but like with this being a more gritty, grounded film and the direction they're trying to take it, the fight scenes don't really improve. Like, they're not bad by any means, but they didn't really find a way to make them a bit more interesting than some of the other Roger Moore ones.
Yeah, that is true. I think we kind of said before, but the fight scenes with Roger Moore Bond, they're never really going to be great. Just the way it is. I will say though, I do wonder, the dummy budget for this film must have been astronomical.
I wonder
Dummy
if
after
you can
dummy.
like, you know how you said about the Man with the Golden Gun is called like Bond Island, and you can go check it out. Can you go to this monastery and find like a load of dummies on the ground and take a picture with them?
Have your photo with Eric. Maybe. I don't even know where this place is. I have no
Neither
clue.
do I.
I mean, is it actually somewhere in Greece? I have no idea.
I just wonder if in like 200 years' time, people forget what it is and start worshipping like this German dummy.
Yeah, or like thousands of years in the future. What is this? What is this artifact? Aliens come.
It must be important.
So Chrissy has headed off with the ATAC and left Bond and Eric. And yeah, Eric is hoisted out the window. So we cut to Gogol landing, and Chrissy wants to go and meet him to go do the deal. I can't believe I'm saying Chrissy at this point. It's just ridiculous. Don't egg me on.
Good.
You know what? I said I was going to finish off this part, but I actually can't remember the order of it.
Well, I think it's because it's all happening very quick. Where Chrissy is frantically at this point trying to get to the helicopter because the helicopter is landing, and he's frantically trying to get up there. So they get to Bond catches up with him and gets to the top and gets the ATAC off him, but the Melina is there and catches up with the crossbow and goes to shoot Chrissy on the ground. But Bond steps in the way and says, "Don't shoot. Revenge is bad, even though I've done it like 3 times, but don't worry about that. It's men stuff, honey. Don't worry, darling. Don't worry about it." But as Bond is stopping her, Columbo shows up and throws a knife into his back.
Right, because Chrissy was about to... He had a little switchblade or something, didn't he? And he was about to do it.
I think so. I took it more as just Columbo's like, I hate this guy and I have a connection to him, so I'm just going to kill him. I think you're right. I think he was about to do something, but I just saw it more as Columbo's just that sort of guy where it's like, nope, I want him dead. I'm going to kill him.
My time to shine. Yeah. Chrissy's dead. Bond has the ATAC. And good old Gogol, he has a bit of nerve, doesn't he? He comes up and still gesturing, come on, hand it over. Like, he's met Bond before. Surely he knows that Bond is not going to do that. So instead, Bond just throws it off the cliff and says, that's détente. I don't have it, you don't have it. Because you get this, it falls off the edge of the cliff, and you get this really over-the-top slow motion shot of it bursting into 1,000 pieces. It's so gratuitous, but yeah, that thing is gone. They wanted to let you know, like, that is not just landed on Eric down there. That thing is dead.
Yeah, they love throwing things off a cliff and then showing it. Got the old lock treatment.
Yeah. And Gogol finds this very funny. He's loving it. It's like, all right then, and gives Bond a little wave, and back on the helicopter he goes. And then you see what happens to. I guess Columbo got injured at one point because you see BB has like suddenly found him, and now she's all over him. And Bond says something like, "Oh, I guess BB's found another sponsor," and Columbo looking, very happy with BB in the corner.
I really love that little moment where he laughs after it, because again, he knows he's doing something wrong, and it just ties into the Cold War stuff so well, where it's like they're both trying to go against each other, so it's almost like a little touche, like a little nod of the cap, because I think the idea of him saying hand it over is because there is someone behind with a gun, so it's like, I can just shoot you and take it, of which Bond decides, instead of just being shot, he just throws it off, and once it goes off the cliff, that's that, and nobody wins, which then allows them to part their ways, because he can't be seen to just kill a British agent like that for no reason. I really love it. I think it's really, really nice the way this film ends. It's really satisfying, but also ties into the Cold War stuff so well. I do love that little moment, as short as it is.
It is a satisfying ending, isn't it? Which is not something you can say for a lot of Bond films. To actually come away feeling satisfied, it usually just happens, and you go, "Okay, that happened." But yeah, I like this ending, and I just like Gogol. It's just a nice character.
When it's not sleeping with beautiful young women, his flying to monasteries.
We did even get a bit of that in this one as well.
Yeah.
There's I think way at the beginning you do see his secretary come in, and there's a little bit of flirting going on. So yeah.
And this all ends with the final scene where Bond and Melina are on a boat kissing. I guess they're a thing now.
I guess so.
I'll check the script again, but I don't remember that happening. It's a little bit disappointing, but it's not that big of a deal, I guess.
I feel like there's definitely there's more there to work with to kind of sell that. Yeah, I mean, she saved his life, or vice versa. There's definitely things going on there. It is really just that whole revenge thing that I think doesn't work very well between them. You having said that, how it just completely goes against what Bond has done. I still like it, but it is the weaker part of that. But I still like the two together.
I haven't spoken about Melina that much. I think she's fine. I do agree with you that I appreciate them trying to give her an arc, and it's something I complained about in the past. Like, just give them a bit of an arc, a bit of a reason for being here, a bit of things to kind of go through. It's just, they still just didn't have the chops to pull this through. I'm not a massive fan of this actor as well. I just don't really buy her that much. So I don't think she's bad, but I haven't spoken about her much because I don't think she's bad, but I don't really think she's that good either. She's more middle of the road, which in terms of Roger Moore films is pretty damn good. But I find her just very middle of the road. An effort was made, and it's not a bad effort, but nothing amazing.
Yeah, I did like her, even though I think there was some dodgy dubbing. But then I should not be surprised by that. This is a Bond film.
Yeah, and they're kissing on the boat, and we see the Minister and Q and I think Bill Tanner as well, trying to contact Bond. And Bill Tanner goes to contact number 10 to dial them through. And so while they're on the boat, Melina says, how about a little moonlight swim? And Q radios Bond's watch, and we see the watch go off and start talking and say, like, Bond, coming Bond, 007, are you there? And he takes off the watch and puts it next to the parrot. And at this moment, she derobes and gets naked along with Bond and says, for your eyes only, darling. And I was, what are you talking about? Okay. And then, while this is happening, the parrot is replying. So Q's like, Bond, Bond. And the parrot just repeated going like, Bond, Bond. And Q's like, haha, success. Very good. And then they patch it through to the Prime Minister, who, because it's the 80s, it's Margaret Thatcher, but they actually have someone playing her at her home. And she picks up the phone, and I do quite like the moment of Q and the Minister all being happy and like high-fiving. Like, yes, we've done it, boys. Very good. So we have Margaret Thatcher on the phone saying, oh, thank you very much. Thank you for what you've done. And the parrot just repeats it, saying, thank you, thank you. And then we see her husband, Dennis, who is just someone I just don't know anyone about. He looks like a very odd character, but as far as I can tell, that was like, it is someone playing her real husband who's meant to be someone, but I just don't know who he is, so it just means nothing to me. And and then the parrot says, like, give us a kiss, and she's all like, oh, Bond. And at this point, again, this bit also made me laugh where they just start panicking. It's like, unplug the machine. They just rip all the wires out. And the parrot starts laughing for some reason and throws the watch into the ocean. And then credits. And For Your Eyes Only kicks in.
I have said a lot of good things about this film. I hate this ending. I not even just because it's Margaret Thatcher, and I just think there's no place for this sort of thing in a Bond film, like actual politics. But it is just that reason, actually. That is the main reason I hate it. And I hate the fact that when they bring her husband on, it's like a clear, it's like a gag, like a gag as in like a sketch gag. Like I'm watching a comedy with someone coming in and putting a funny face. I hate this ending.
Yeah, it's bad. It's also bad because it is just a carbon copy of what we've seen before. They really think these scenes are brilliant because they just keep doing it. But their way of trying to like escalate it and go to another level is we'll actually have someone play Margaret Thatcher. And I feel like the main reason they did it is not because of her politics or anything, but because a woman prime minister? Well, of course she would be swooned by Bond. But then they just had it as a parrot instead. It's just like, what are you doing? John Glen, what are you doing?
I also think they probably did this in part because the actress that does Margaret Thatcher really, really looks like her and really sounds like her.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, credit where it's due. She's a very good impressionist of Margaret Thatcher. So I mean, I guess maybe they sort of thought, oh, this would be really good. You know, we had them being patched through to the president and the queen last time. Let's have the prime minister this time. And they do mention earlier in the film about how the prime minister will have our guts for garters with this whole ATAC thing. So there's a little bit of a connection there. But yeah, I really don't like the ending.
No. I hope they don't do this anymore, but I have a feeling that's not going to go away.
Do you think so?
Not for the Roger Moore era, anyway.
Oh, as in this type of ending where it's someone, yeah.
Where it's the same ending where it's like Bond is now sleeping with the Bond girl and Q and everyone and MI6 had, put them on screen and be like, oh goodness, oh God. Again?
This keeps happening.
Oh, goodness.
We really should stop this.
Yeah. But at the end of the credit, we don't get the end. It doesn't say the end of For Your Eyes Only. It just says James Bond will return in Octopussy.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. That's For Your Eyes Only. Who went first last time? It might have been you, actually. For Moonraker.
I think it was me.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm going to go first, and I'm going to be blunt. I didn't like this film.
Really?
Yeah. I just didn't like it. And it's an interesting one because a lot of films that we've watched, there's been stuff I've complained about, like pretty much all of them. Like even like my top two at the moment are From Russia with Love and Thunderball. Even those films, there was stuff I didn't like about them. But what I found with a lot of these Bond films, and why I would say my top 10 at the moment, which is From Russia with Love down to Moonraker, I enjoyed all of them, is because there's stuff I did really like about it. Like Moonraker, I really like the space stuff. And Live and Let Die, which is my number 9, I really like. I think Kananga's actually really good, and I think there are some really good kind of things in there, and I'd like Roger Moore in that film, even if it's his first one. There's always stuff I really like. So it's like, I might watch a scene that's bad, but then a couple of scenes later, I see something that's really good. And For Your Eyes Only is the first one where like that just doesn't happen. And a lot of the scenes are either just average or bad to me. I shouldn't say the first film because Diamonds Are Forever, I didn't really think. But it never really reaches any heights that even something like Moonraker that I have at number 10 reached. Like Moonraker had Drax, who I did like, and the space stuff that I did like. And I actually really quite like Jaws by the end of that film. This one just doesn't have anything like that. It's all just kind of just really average and limp stuff. And I don't like Locke. I don't like the villain. I think the Bond girl's just okay. I think the music is absolutely atrocious and really bad. And when you try and make this more kind of grounded version of Bond at this point in the franchise, I feel like they went too far and they've just made it seem a bit just lifeless and a bit more meaningless, where they're trying to replicate something without really having that spark and trying to inject in their own sort of version that they've done with the Roger Moore franchise. And it makes for a very confusing, forgettable, kind of a bit naff film. Like the ski stuff we've seen before, and I would say better. And the underwater stuff we've seen before, and I would say better. And the climbing stuff is great. Like, if I'm going to say anything about the film positive, that climbing stuff is great. And the Q scene was great.
Oh, the Q scene.
Top tier Q scene here, which helps. And I do have a soft spot for the opening theme. So, still not one I really hated. But I came away from Moonraker, my number 10, saying, I enjoy that film. I did not come away from this saying I enjoyed it. I would just say it was kind of a bit rubbish. And at times when we're about halfway through the film, I think about the time Locke died or a bit before that, I was like, am I going to have to rank this lower than Diamonds Are Forever? Because I'm having a miserable time here. And even Diamonds Are Forever, there was stuff I liked with Blofeld and some of those scenes I liked. This was like at times worse for me than Diamonds Are Forever because I was just like, this is either just bad or forgettable. And that's what I had throughout the whole film. Now, luckily, the ending stuff with the monastery saves it. And it is one of the really better endings in the franchise. So I'm not going to rank it below Diamonds Are Forever, but I was close at times. So I'm going to rank it below Moonraker. So Moonraker is currently at number 10, a film I enjoyed. Diamonds Are Forever is number 11, a film I did not enjoy. And I'm going to put it at number 11, so below Moonraker and above Diamonds Are Forever. There's just no peaks in this film for me to like even it out to say I enjoyed it. I just either had a bad time or just a very whatever average time.
Wait a minute, where did you rank it, did you say?
Number 11.
Number 11, okay. So, right, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
This is such a Marmite film then.
It
Holy
must be.
moly.
It's the Moonraker of James Bond films.
Wait a minute. So I started off this podcast series putting this as my 5th worst Bond film. And I was shocked. I was shocked at how much I really enjoyed this film. Like really enjoyed it. More than a lot of the films we've seen so far. Now, I don't know. This is one of the things with this ranking. I am taking this in that a lot of the feelings I got from this was probably because of the fact that we are watching these back to back and these past ones are fresh in my mind. And because this is such a refreshing change of pace, it's probably affecting it a bit. And that possibly if I was to go back and watch this film in isolation, I would not feel the same way. But for the sake of this ranking, I have to do it this way. Like I can't go and think, well, if I'd have watched this film then, I might have liked this bit more. Right now, here and now, this is going from my 5th worst. It's going in at number 2.
Whoa.
This is going in above. I would rather watch this film than The Spy Who Loved Me.
Wow.
Right now, I just there were so many bits of this film I really enjoyed. I think we've kind of you touched on some of it already, but the Q scene. I love the Q scene. It brings a smile to my face. I liked the whole chase scene with the Citroen in the hills. I liked the bobsleigh stuff. I liked all the sort of Olympic Park stuff, to be honest with you. I've said enough, but I love the ending with the climbing. I quite liked the Bond girl, Melina. I didn't mind the villain. I didn't mind Locke. The song, as we said, is a bit of an earworm, and it's growing on me. There's so many things that really worked for me for this film, and I just think that come down from Moonraker really works for me in this film, and I love how simple some parts of this film is. And to me, Roger actually seems better in this one than he did in Moonraker. So, yeah, it's number 2. I honestly, if you'd have told me, like, I would never have saw myself putting this above Spy Love Me. But there we are.
That seems sushi. I thought you were, I was like, okay, looking at your list, probably above Thunderball, probably above Moonraker, but I didn't see above Spy Who Loved Me.
I think the thing that really cemented that for me is that when I think of The Spy Who Loved Me now, unfortunately, I'm just thinking about that tanker scene.
Bloody tanker scene.
And I don't want to watch that.
Yeah.
I would much rather watch this climbing bit as a finale. So, yeah, I'm so like, I couldn't tell you how happy I was coming away from this, really enjoying it, and then being able to say, right, I was clearly wrong, and like I will hold my hands up and say that this is really good to me. It's great.
Yeah, the what you said about how like the context of this film is just so hugely important. Well, I can totally see what you're getting. The come down from Moonraker and the bit of a reset, but there's still like a budget there. And I think you're right. Roger really has kind of settled into the role. And I think they've found a really nice version of Bond being a bit aged here. That is something I really love about this film. But for me, I see this film more as, you know, when like a band starts off really good with like the first 2 albums, and then they go a bit experimental for albums 3 and 4, and then album 5 they try and do album 1 again. And it's always worse and a bit more lifeless because like they're just trying to replicate something that they just can't do anymore. This is that film to me. Or like that's what this is. It's a band trying to do something they did before with a higher budget, but they just can't create the spark. And because they can't create the spark, it's either average or bad.
And all it does is remind you how much time has passed, and they just
they just don't have that anymore. And it makes me think like I'd rather them just do experimental stuff, like keep trying to find new things. Don't try and recreate something you had because you're not going to do it as well. And that's what I got from this.
Well, you won't have to wait long. I don't think anyway.
What does that mean?
Goodness. Well, I mean I can't remember the details of Octopussy, but it's definitely not like this film.
Okay, but I'm very worried about Octopussy next week because
me too.
For Your Eyes Only on paper, I can get behind the ideas, and us talking about it has made me warm to it a little bit more and made me think I'm being too harsh. But my experience overall was not positive, which is why it's low. But Octopussy does not sound like on paper it'd be good, and it's longer than this film, and Roger is only getting older, and so no. And the song I know is bad. I can see that train coming on the tracks. I just can't jump out the way soon enough. It's coming.
I have a sense of impending doom with Octopussy.
Yeah,
but I can't avoid it. It's like I can't jump out of the way.
No, I think if anything is going to take Diamonds Are Forever as bottom for me, considering how much I didn't like this film and how it's the same team on a film that most people would say is much worse. If any film takes that trophy from Diamonds Are Forever, it's this next film.
That's going to be a fun one, isn't it?
Nope. Nope.
I will say, just to end off, one other thing I'm really pleased about how I've suddenly liked this film is I spotted on the Bond store, at the web store, there's lots of, they have tons of merch, and it's usually kind of a bit rubbish because they just plaster the 007 logo on things and then charge a bomb for it. They do have one of their things, and the thing I love most about Bond merchandise is when it's something from the film. Like it could be a prop. Like that's why I kind of want to get the Bulldog from Skyfall.
I've got that.
You got that?
Well, I've got the Spectre version, the one that's a bit
the broken
destroyed.
one. Yeah, I
they
like
were
that
sorry.
sort of stuff.
They were selling it at the 60th anniversary event.
Are you kidding me?
No, me and my brother went there and we bought T-shirts and they were selling it, but it was like the No Time to Die version.
Oh, I even went to those things and I bought a program. Damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's the sort of stuff I love. And on the merch store, they have the Dove pin.
Oh, so that's cool.
And it's and before I would have been like, I don't want that. That's rubbish. Now I'm all over that. I'm going to be on there after this recording.
R.I.P. Luigi. Yeah.
I'll think of him every day.
We knew so little about you. But I think it's worth reiterating before we wrap this up. We just watched a film. You ranked it as your second best. I ranked it as my second worst.
I know.
Like, what's up with that?
Great. I love that, though. I love that we are getting these different opinions.
Our lists are just... As soon as we can get From Russia With Love out of our number ones, or one of us does it, our lists are just going to look so bizarrely different to each other.
Yeah, Tom, you have terrible taste.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. At least Moonraker's not in my top 5.
Oh, yeah. It's good. No, I am serious. I am liking how our lists are separating. It's just way more interesting to have this sort of diverging opinion rather than just going, yep, I agree. Yep.
Oh, I agree. With this, not the list. I agree with not... You know what I mean.
You agree that my list is right?
Yeah, I agree our lists are different, and one of them is right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's wrap this up. We've got a lot of mental prepare to do. We're going to go to that monastery and pray.
I'm going to go see Q.
Yeah.
Help me.
Oh, I'm sorry. For Octopussy.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes.
Oh. So any last thoughts, any last words before we go?
I'm heading on to the Bond merch store right now.
Get that done.
I'm getting it done.
Very nice. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 12 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week for Octopussy.